Tribune. 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 Tribune.
Dirter. 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 Dirter.
Glue is cheap.
Dirter.
Tribune.
Dirter.
Rampaging in an unsuspecting world, living creatures from the dawn of time. What havoc will they wreak? What lives will they destroy? What depths of panic and terror will they create?
0xTIB3 Reyes and their 53 raiders have arrived to wreak some sweet
Tribune.
havoc.
Tribune. Tribune.
Now, kids, come away, not too close to the cars. Aren't they lovely? Aren't they glorious, though? These will be your transports for the afternoon.
No drivers.
No drivers. But they're electric. They run on this track in the middle of the roadway here. Totally non-polluting, top of the line. Spared no expense.
It's an interactive CD-ROM!
Lex, darling, you're all right in there. Dr. Sattler, come with me. Dr. Grant, come in the second car.
Hold on to your butts.
Join the future, right?
The voice you're now hearing,
A paleontologist.
we spared no expense.
Thank you again, John, for this opportunity. My name is Danny Anduza, and I am so excited to share my passion and my perspective with you lucky folks today. Let's get right into it. So it looks like the first dinosaur on our tour is, Dilophosaurus.
Dilophosaurus.
And everybody loves Dilophosaurus. And not just for those signature double crests. It was also a top predator in the early Jurassic, the largest carnivore in its ecosystem. As far as we know, it was also the largest theropod dinosaur to have evolved up to that time. Now, I've worked with the holotype specimen of this critter at Berkeley, and let me tell you, it is a truly spectacular animal. Very charismatic. But as for the one you're about to see, I don't know if it's supposed to be a juvenile or what, but it's very small. Its head looks all doofy. It's got some kind of apparatus like an Australian frill-necked lizard, but it doesn't make any sense. Honestly, if you ask me, it's not nearly as cool as the real thing.
Damn.
Well, hello, everybody. And welcome back to Paleontologizing. It's so good to have all of you here right now. Thank you for joining us once again, and happy Monday to you. Or whatever day it may happen to be, wherever you are right now. Whether you're watching live in a time zone similar to my own, or perhaps one more advanced. Maybe it's already tomorrow for you. Or if you're watching later on in the VOD or on YouTube, I'm glad you're here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. And thank you, Ox Tiberius, for that raid 12 minutes ago. Sorry, I was still getting ready, but it's great to have you here. Anybody still here from the raid? Thank you, Ox, for the raid. I really appreciate it. Welcome to Paleontologizing. If it's your first time here, then allow me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm streaming to you live from the San Francisco Bay Area from here in my office, where I'm taking I guess I'm about halfway through shore leave here before I go back out to the field, and I'm digging dinosaurs once again in Utah, which I will be streaming. Very excited for that. And how much time until that occurs? I believe it's just over a week now, is it not? Let's take a look. 8 days until Utah fieldwork. Can't wait. Yeah, anyway, on this channel we talk fossils, we talk natural history, we talk science. As a dinosaur paleontologist, dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, and what I dig up during the summers. I've really been enjoying my time here in civilization until I go back out to the field. I'll be there for, I think, at least 3 weeks this time around, near Moab, Utah. And I'll be showing you firsthand what it's like to dig up dinosaurs, collect data, you know, what does a paleontologist do in the field? I'm here to walk you through it. But until then, we're doing some Q&A today. We might go over some fossil news. If you've got any questions at all, questions about the history of life on Earth, questions about fossil science, questions about dinosaurs in particular, since dinosaurs are what I actually work on. Most paleontologists do not work on dinosaurs. I want to make that very clear from the outset. But I do work on dinosaurs. So if you've got dinosaur questions, I want to hear them. Anyway, we're just going to have a good time today. Should be pretty casual, pretty cool, pretty chill, I hope. Let's see who's here in the chat. Say hello. Gandalf Iglywampa says, will I become a fossil? That depends. It's pretty unlikely that any particular critter will become a fossil. But, how about we'll walk through the process real quick? How does one become a fossil? Here we go. If you'd like a step-by-step guide on becoming a fossil, take a look at this.
Here's a step-by-step guide to becoming a fossil. Step 1, die.
Yeah.
Once you are dead, your remains may be scavenged by other organisms. Step 2, get buried fast. If you are buried rapidly, your remains won't completely decay or be carried away by scavengers.
It's important.
Your best
important
bet
step.
for rapid burial is to die near or in a river, lake, or ocean, where water can deposit sediment over you. Step 3, soak in groundwater for a long, long time.
Or mineralization is what this is
Groundwater
called.
contains minerals. Over time,
go in.
dissolved minerals can harden after filling in cavities in your skeleton.
And Gandalf Iglywampus, thank you for that follow. What's that sound?
Dinosaur.
Sharp ears. My goodness. Thanks for following.
Or the
Yeah.
water can dissolve your skeleton, leaving only minerals in its place. Either way, your skeleton will turn to stone, and you'll be a fossil. Step
It's
4,
kind of like marinating.
wait to be
Yeah.
exposed. As the years go by, if you're lucky, sea levels can fall or rock can erode and expose you. Then, if your luck holds out, you might get spotted by a fossil hunter and wind up in a museum collection where scientists can study you to learn about evolution.
There you go. I hope that helps. Fossils are at once very common things and also very rare things, depending on how you think about them. Out of all of the organisms that have ever lived, a very, very, very small percentage of them stand a chance of becoming fossils.
I can see that my 50,000 a year has been well spent.
Ironbark, thank you for the 23 months of support. Now, at tier 3, really appreciate that, Ironbark. Thank you for supporting this channel and supporting science outreach here on Twitch. It means a lot. Appreciate you. What was I saying? Oh yeah, fossilization is a rare event, but given how much time has elapsed since the evolution of life on Earth, about 4 billion years, been a long time for a lot of different critters to become fossils. So given enough time, even uncommon events become more than inevitable. They become commonplace. And that's what we have in the fossil record. Anyway. Eastern Europe friendly. I don't know what you mean by that, Yenzoku. Do you have specifics for me? Fall on the Blink says, I feel like step 4 is optional. What was step 4 again? Let's see. Yeah. What was step 4? Step 2 is get buried. I guess step 4 is get discovered? Yeah, well, if you don't follow step 4, then I guess nobody will know about you, so yeah. And Gravity says, what does make a dinosaur actually a dinosaur? Ooh, we should talk about that, shouldn't we? But first, I believe we've got a special guest. It's Sweetie Pie. Hello, Sweetie Pie. How are you doing? Wow, it's been a few days since you've appeared on stream, sweetie. Hello, hello. Yeah.
You're not going to believe this,
Oh, watch out.
but I'm turning into a dinosaur.
Nell, thank you for the
Good
25
gravy.
months of
2
support.
years and going strong.
Yeah.
That's as long as it takes to gestate an elephant.
I think longer. Nell, isn't it like 23 months for Nell? Maybe it's 24. But, Sweetie Pie, how are you doing? Hello. Well. She loves that camera arm. Yeah, good stuff. Are you chewing on it? What are you doing, Sweetie Pie? What are you doing? Good stuff.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
And thank you, Golganek, for the 100 bits. I really appreciate that. Fantastic. Sweetie Pie, how are you? It's good to have you here. Thanks for joining us. Look at you. Good stuff. And Crimson Carnotaurus, that's a Scelidosaurus there. Scelidosaurus skull in the background. Which is actually coeval with Dilophosaurus, or at least with Dilophosaurus-like theropods. Yeah.
But the paleontologist field isn't narrow to what we understand. On the contrary, we stretch our understanding to try and take in the universe.
Frothin, thank you for the follow, and welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Dangerous Mango wants to know how much do paleontologists make a year? I typically age at the typical rate of 1 year per year. What do you mean? How much money do I make in a year? In my official role as a paleontologist, basically nothing. I make my living here on Twitch, if you can believe it. There are, unfortunately, way more good paleontologists in the world than there are good jobs for paleontologists. We're a chronically underpaid group of people as paleontologists. Yeah. I've been lucky enough to do this I've been streaming full-time for 3 years now. And this is my full-time job. This is how I make my living. This is how I'm able to fund my research and my field work and my outreach and everything else. And how I can afford treats for Sweetie Pie, too. Would you like some treats? What do you think of that? Would you appreciate that, Sweetie Pie? Let's get you some treats. Yeah. Everyone, this is Sweetie Pie. She's one of my landlords here.
Look at this graph!
Beautiful graph. Pizza is life. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Here, I give you too many treats, Sweetie Pie. Put a few of those back. There we go. Yeah. Anyway, I was going to answer Gravity's question about what is a dinosaur. in a minute. First, let's watch Sweetie Pie enjoy these treats. We can send her on her way. Helvetica Scenario, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Yeah. And, yeah. Harry says, I want a Sweetie Pie emote. We'll get cat emotes at some point. Well, the Moon Pie, a Mini Pie, and a Sweetie Pie emote. I just have to get around to making them. I'm very busy. Yeah. And there you go, Ricodactylus. First we watch mammal eat treats, then we define dinosaurs. Bingo. That's how it goes. Yeah. What do you think, Sweetie Pie? Good stuff? You enjoying those? It's supposed to be good for your teeth, so it's not quite the indulgence it looks like. And Vinny the Pooh wants to know, how do they come up with names of new dinosaurs? We make them up. Yeah. So there's a dinosaur that I was involved with the publication of, studying and getting this critter out there. Trirarchuncus. Trirarchuncus prairiensis. My old crew chief, Denver Fowler, came up with a name for this critter because of the big hook-like claws on its hands. He called it Trirarchuncus, which means Captain Hook. Trirarchuncus prairiensis, Captain Hook of the prairie. In order to come up with a name for a dinosaur or any other kind of organism, we've got to adhere to a few different criteria. The name has to be unique. It has to be spellable with the Roman alphabet, or English alphabet, I guess. And, yeah, it can't be preoccupied by any other critter. But basically, you can kind of name a dinosaur whatever you want, as long as you can get it through the editorial process. And thank you, everybody, for the hype train there. Do give subs in 100 bits. I appreciate that. Excellent. Yeah. Yanzogu says, are rhinos the descendants of ceratopsian dinosaurs? No, not at all. No. Let's talk about that. And Ms. Blue Sky says, could you name a dinosaur George? I don't think you could. I doubt you'd be able to get that through the editorial process. Your peer reviewers and the editor would probably say no, just because that's not unique enough. But if it were Otto the Potato, thank you. The 12 months, the what? I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. The what? Say it again. The what? The who? Otto the Potato.
Dino dance, paleo dance, dino dance, paleo
One
dance.
whole year. Thank you for your ongoing support. I appreciate it. Yeah. Good stuff. Let's talk about what is a dinosaur real quick. So the way that we as scientists classify living things is based on their ancestry. It's not based on what they look like, or not really what features they have, or whether or not they fly, or what they eat, or blah blah blah. All of those things can be clues to what they're related to. But when we're trying to determine what a certain critter is, what family it belongs to, where it belongs on the tree of life, what we're talking about is its ancestry. So dinosaurs are a very particular group of archosaur reptiles that lived in the Mesozoic era. And in order to be a dinosaur, you have to have evolved from the first dinosaur. If you did not evolve from that first dinosaur, then you're not a dinosaur, you can't be a dinosaur, you could never be a dinosaur. That's why crocodilians today are not dinosaurs. They do share a common ancestor with dinosaurs down here, but they didn't evolve from that first dinosaur ancestor. Their ancestors split off from the ancestors of the dinosaurs about 250 million years ago, or more. Same with mammals, like rhinoceroses and humans and bats and horses and whales and other mammals. They are not dinosaurs. They can't be dinosaurs because they diverged from the amniote family tree way back at the origins of Amniota. They are not dinosaurs, and they cannot be. Birds, however, literally are dinosaurs because they evolved from earlier dinosaurs. And you can trace their ancestry back to the first dinosaur. If your ancestry cannot be traced back to the first dinosaur, you are not a dinosaur. That's just how it works. That's how classification works for all living things. You know, we can talk about, you know, the evolution of life on Earth. And when we're talking about that, we're also talking about how different critters are related to one another. So take us for an example, Homo sapiens. We are a kind of placental mammal. And then narrower than that, we are part of Euarchontoglira. We're part of primates. We're part of Hominidae. And then finally, we share a common ancestor with chimps and bonobos about 6 million years ago. There's us, and there's chimps and bonobos. We all came from the same ancestor 6 million years ago. You can go back further out to the African apes, the great apes, the catarrhines, the simiformes, haplorhines, primates, and then euarchontans. That's where we link up with the rodents. And you can keep going back further and further and further. Boreoeutherians, placental mammals, therian mammals, mammals, and then amniotes. This is where we as humans share a common ancestor with dinosaurs. You've got to go back to about 320 million years ago before we had the same ancestor as the dinosaurs did. Does that make sense? Yeah. Phyletic relationships. Exactly, Geoloxa. Yeah. This is the, like, absolutely biology 101 level idea that I really, really wish were taught in schools here in the U.S. It is the most foundational principle in all of biology.
A secret moment in the very beginning of this strange dinosaur's life.
Miss Capri Kel, thank you for the 3 months of support. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. Thanks for keeping me online for the past 3 months, Miss Capri. Appreciate you. This is the fundamental principle in all of biology, and oddly enough, in biology courses in the U.S., at least it's rarely taught, because there are a lot of people who are really offended by the idea for whatever reason. Geoloxa, thank you for the 3 months of support, too. Thank you for that Prime. Thank you for that. Appreciate you. Yeah. And so what did rhinos evolve from? Asked Yenzoku. They evolved from the same ancestor as tapirs and horses. Here, I'll show you. There. They are perissodactyls. Diceratus, right? No. There we go. There's white rhino, black rhino, Javan rhino, Indian rhino, Sumatran rhino. They're all part of Rhinoceratidae, this family here. So they all share a common ancestor 21.8 million years ago. That's why they're related, is they share that common ancestor. And you go back a little bit further, and they link up with tapirs. So 43.4 million years ago, give or take, you get to the common ancestor of the rhinos and the tapirs. And a little bit further back, you get to the horses, too. So horses, rhinos, and tapirs all belong to a group called the perissodactyls. Perissodactyla. There you go. Rhinos, tapirs, horses, zebras, donkeys, etc. The odd-toed ungulates. Yeah. And Crimson Carnotaurus says, were you a science teacher before getting into streaming due to COVID? You could say so, yeah.
That gives the history of life. It's very quirky, fortuitous.
Jaded Fairy, thank you for the 7 months.
Chancy character. We are literally here only because of the good fortune of dinosaur extinction.
7 months of paleo birds are dinos.
Thank you, Jaded Fairy. Appreciate your ongoing support. Thank you. Gandalf Iglywampa says, why do crabs barely evolve? No, they definitely evolve a lot. No, absolutely. There are certain groups of animals that don't seem to evolve very quickly. A good example of this would be like garfish. Do not evolve quickly at all. In part due to their very large genome, in part due to the, kind of staid nature of their of their environment, but these are critters that look almost identical to the ones that lived during the time of the dinosaurs, during the Cretaceous period, for instance. In fact, the two modern genera of gar, Atracosteus and Lepisosteus, that diverged like 100+ million years ago, they can still interbreed. They have changed so little in that time. But crabs, on the other hand, evolved pretty quickly. At least most species do. Crabs are a very, very diverse group of critters, and you get speciation happening all the time. It's just like new species evolving left and right. So they do evolve pretty quickly. Yeah. And HD says, there is a horseshoe crab, but it's neither a crab nor a horse nor a shoe. That's true. They're actually related to spiders. Chelicerata, right? We could talk about horseshoe crabs a little bit if you'd like to. Yeah. And Gandalf Iglywumpus says, are crocodiles nearly perfect if they have barely changed in millions of years? That's also kind of a misperception. Crocodiles have changed a good deal. And they do change a lot when given the opportunity. Yeah, so like, given the opportunity, some crocs evolve super spindly limbs like this, like Terrestrasuchus. Some of them evolve kind of in a different direction in a terrestrial sense, to become like land-living predators. Some of them...
Observation. You couldn't see a thing. Conclusion. Dinosaurs.
Paleodance best stream on Twitch.
Thank you, Anonymous, for the 2 months of support and for the kind words. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. But no, crocs change a lot when given the opportunity. They're a very dynamic group. And even though some of the crocodiliforms that lived during the time of dinosaurs might look superficially pretty similar to the ones that we have today, it's a superficial similarity. Crocodilians do evolve pretty quickly. And given like an ecological vacuum, if there's like a job that needs to be done in an ecosystem, sometimes you get crocs that evolve to do that. Like Armadillosuchus there. Yeah. This critter right here. An armored, I think potentially herbivorous croc? When I say croc, I mean crocodilomorph. They're neat animals. You also get Matriorhynchus and its kin, ocean-going flippered crocodiles that lost their armor plates. They actually evolved to give birth to live young in the water. They developed these cool, like, fishy flukes on the end of their tail. So these are crocs that would have lived in the open ocean during the time of the dinosaurs. They never would have come up onto land at all. Pretty neat animals. Matriorhynchus and their kin. It's kind of an old-fashioned illustration of one there. But yeah, crocs do a lot of evolving. I mean, it's one of the reasons why they've been so successful over the years. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Oh, and that's neat, Miss Caprico. Phosphato-Draco. Neat. Yeah. But yeah. And Casey Snowart, sharks have actually changed a lot since the time of the dinosaurs, too. I don't know where these, like, pop culture myths come from, that there are certain groups that haven't changed. Because sharks have changed a lot. There are, like, I don't know if any of the modern groups of sharks go back to even, like, the Jurassic period. I think they might all be relative newcomers. But yeah. And Ms. Blue Skies, the spiral tooth shark's fossil species. Oh, we're getting questions left and right. This is great. What you're talking about is good old yeah, it's considered a relative of chimeras and ratfish nowadays. Helicoprion. Yeah. This critter. Yeah, it was a big mystery for a long time what this critter looked like, just because it's... all we really had from it were these tooth whorls like this. And what is going on with that? Well, it's probably the animal's lower jaw like this. So it would be similar to, almost like a ratfish, like chimera. So it's not actually a shark, but, yeah, related to these guys. Holocephalians, I believe they're called. Anyway, they're pretty neat. And you're right, Bush Doctor. Yeah, the 6-gill and 7-gill sharks are pretty old. I think they might be some of the earliest diverging of your, like, big predatory sharks today. Yeah. And Fall on the Blink says, what do you think is the longest currently existing species? That's a really tough question, Fall on the Blinks, because... at what point have you changed enough where you become a different species, even if there isn't like a cladogenetic splitting event that occurs? You know? There are certainly groups of certain fishes, what we used to call holostean fishes, that seem to change pretty slowly. But at what point do you become a different species, you know? The biological and morphological species concepts just kind of fall away when you're dealing with deep time. I don't know. It's tough. Coelacanths have actually changed a great deal, Ms. Blue Skies. There's a thing that came out recently disputing the idea that coelacanths... disputing the idea that they are living fossils, whatever that means. Yeah. There we go. This came out in 2021. Coelacanths are not living fossils, new study shows. They do go back a long time. And by the way, these are these incredible Sarcopterygian fishes. They're very close to our own ancestry as tetrapod animals. Animals that have bones and live on land are what we call tetrapods. Coelacanths are pretty close to their ancestry. You know, they're fishes that essentially have, like, limbs. They've got these fleshy, lobe-like fins. And let me grab my coelacanth over there in the office. I'll be right back. There we go. Yeah. Here's my big 3D printed coelacanth. Check that out. I love these critters. Every December 23rd on this channel, we celebrate what I call Fishmas, which is the anniversary of the discovery of Latimeria cholumnae, the East African coelacanth. Yeah, pretty neat critter. Look at that tail. Cool lobe with the tail like that. So these guys have got these fleshy limbs like this. So these guys were well known from the fossil record for like 100 years before a living one was discovered off the coast of South Africa in 1938. And it made headlines all over the world. Living fossil, this fish that was presumed extinct. It turns out they're still around, and you know, what a wonder. And it is a wonder, but it turns out that they're, you can't really call them living fossils because they have evolved quite a bit. Yeah. To account for this morphological stasis, it has often been suggested that coelacanths possessed a slowly or not even evolving genome. Coelacanths have evolved a bit more slowly, but it's certainly not a fossil, said Isaac Yellen, a graduate student at the Department of Molecular Genetics at the University of Toronto. So in their new study, Yellen and colleagues found that Latimeria cholumnae gained 62 new genes through encounters with other species 10 million years ago. What's even more fascinating is how these genes came about. Their sequences suggest they arose from transposons, also known as selfish genes. Our findings provide a rather striking example of this phenomenon of transposons contributing to the host genome, said Professor Tim Hughes, researcher at Donnelly Center for Cellular and Biomolecular Research at the University of Toronto. So anyway, the idea is that coelacanths are actually there's two living species, and they're like genetically distinct enough that these animals are clearly, you know, you can't really call them living fossils. definitely doing some changing, you know? It's not like they're in some state of stasis or something like that. Yeah. Anyway, here's a link to that paper if you want to take a look at. What about the horseshoe crab? I bet those guys have probably evolved a good deal too. It's just like... I don't know if you could truthfully call them living fossils. Sure, they do look very similar to living horseshoe crabs. Like, this looks pretty darn similar to the horseshoe crabs that we have today. But there are a number of other ones that look very, very different. And... yeah. I don't know. So yeah, it's a good question. Sturgeon, though, are maybe a good example. DNH. Yeah. And the reason that sturgeon are potentially a good example of a living fossil is because they do seem to have changed very, very little. Here, take a look at this.
There's a reason you don't see hybrid animals like ligers running around very much. Not only are they separated by geography, but the genes of different species don't usually play well together. But recently, researchers in Hungary accidentally crossed two very different fish, the Russian sturgeon and the American paddlefish. Their research was published in the journal Genes, documenting hybrid fish that, according to what we know, were not supposed to be possible. These scientists...
Yeah, this is nuts. Let me lay a little bit of groundwork for you first off before we really dive into it. Well, first off, let me show you what a sturgeon looks like. And then what a paddlefish looks like. Just so that you get like the full, full effect here. Here we go. So that is an Atlantic sturgeon? So these have been around since before the dinosaurs. I think they might date back to like the Permian. They go back really, really far. And it is often called a living fossil. But that moniker may actually be deserved. Anyway, sturgeon, one of my favorite extant fishes. Extant non-tetrapod fishes. And paddlefish look very different. That is a paddlefish right there. They're filter feeders. They almost remind me of, I don't know, some sort of a Muppet or something. You know, they look very sleek when they're cutting through the water, and then they open that mouth and they just go... Rrrr. Looks like it should have a hand operating it, right? Yeah, it is almost like a baby basking shark. Ought to do it, yeah. Yeah. It looks like Beaker. There you go, Harry, yeah. Yeah. They are, they're pretty cool critters. They really are. So, something happened in this laboratory in Hungary. Take a look.
Supposed to be possible. These scientists didn't set out to make a hybrid, though. They were originally trying to create sturgeon offspring that had only their mother's DNA through a process called gynogenesis. Usually, this process involves fertilizing egg cells with deactivated sperm cells from another species, making it possible for only the mother's genetic material to be passed on. In this experiment, the researchers crossed sturgeon eggs with paddlefish sperm because they thought it wouldn't create hybrid offspring. These fish are fairly distantly related, and until now, no...
So they're not that well, it depends how you look at them. So, American paddlefish here. the sturgeon and paddlefish are sister groups. But they're only sister groups. Yeah, so here's sturgeon here. And then here's paddlefish. So sturgeons and paddlefish form a clade together, but they last shared a common ancestor.
It's got nothing to do with oil. I'm a paleontologist.
Livid Red Dragon, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. 184 million years ago. That's actually more recently than I thought. These two critters shared a common ancestor. So back in, like, the early Jurassic. And Tabanchi, thank you for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It is wonderful to have you here. Hello, hello,
Tabanchi and their
Tabanchi.
15 raiders are about to get flattened by dinosaur content.
How was your stream? I hope it was really good. Thanks for joining. Welcome, welcome. We're talking about evolution and the fossil record right now. I'm glad you're here. Yeah. And only 184 years ago, 184 million years ago. So yeah, it's been a long time since they've had a common ancestor. Yeah, since the early Jurassic period, you know? Yeah. And yet,
Nobody had been able to make a sturgeon paddlefish hybrid, and they'd tried. So that was finding number one. It turns out it is possible. Then the researchers got to work analyzing the anatomy and genetics of the offspring, and what they looked like depended on what kind of chromosomes they inherited, or really how many. See, at some point in evolution, this group of sturgeons acquired another 2 copies of their chromosomes, giving them 4 copies of each chromosome, where paddlefish only have 2. And
that's nuts that they'd be able to interbreed at all, given that one has got a genome twice as large as the other.
in the world of fish hybridization, when parents with mismatched sets of chromosomes reproduce, their offspring can inherit different numbers of sets. And sure enough, the offspring in this experiment could be split into 2 different groups. Some were triploid, meaning they had 2 copies of the sturgeon mom's chromosomes and 1 copy from paddlefish dad for a total of 3 full sets. Or they were pentaploid, with 4 sets from mom and 1 set from dad. Now that's a little strange because in birds, mammals, and reptiles, having more than 2 sets of chromosomes can lead to serious errors in cell division, and it's usually fatal. It's more common in fish. It may have even been an advantage over their evolution, but only in even sets of chromosomes, 2, 4, 6, 8, and so on. Organisms with 3, 5, or 7 sets of chromosomes usually run into fertility problems. In this experiment, the number of sets of chromosomes in the hybrid offspring depended on what they inherited from their parents. The offspring with 3 copies of their chromosomes looked like a pretty even split between sturgeon and paddlefish, while the offspring that got more sturgeon chromosome copies looked a little bit more sturgeony. Now, if these 2 fish weren't supposed to be able to reproduce, how'd they pull it off? Well, while these 2 families of fish split a long time ago, the researchers think that their relatively slow rate of evolution means their genes and anatomy hadn't actually diverged that much. And the fact the sturgeon had 4 chromosome copies might have set up these 2 fish for increased chances of making successful.
And so this is part of it too, is that both of these groups have got a lot of chromosomes. Like, they've got big genomes. And having a very, very large genome might make you a little bit slower to mutate. It might make you, like, as a lineage, slower evolving, I guess. The smaller the genome might mean, like, the faster you evolve. Because, like, just one small change to, like, a small genome, proportionally, that's a big change. If you've got a huge genome and there's a small change, it's a drop in the bucket, you know? But if you have relatively few genes and you get a mutation, well, shoot, that's going to be a big change in your overall appearance, your biology. Yeah. Does that make sense? There are critters that do seem to have much smaller genomes. Birds and bats seem to have pretty small genomes. And that might actually have something to do with flight, too.
Come here to fight with monsters. We came here to find fossils.
Master Poe, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. It could be, because it seems like there's a pattern with volant animals, bats and birds. They tend to have smaller genomes, even though they're not related to each other. That might be kind of a prerequisite for efficient flight, is just having a more lightweight body. Actually, like, having smaller nuclei in your cells might cut down on your overall weight. And it seems like, since birds tend to have a pretty small genome, we can infer that maybe their dinosaurian ancestors had the same thing. So it could be that dinosaurs had relatively small genomes, too. Anyway. Yeah. But yeah. And Joe Wingy says, do genome sizes differ a lot between more intelligent birds and less intelligent ones? I don't know, Joe Wingy. That's a good question. I would guess it probably doesn't correlate super well to intelligence, however you want to measure that. Yeah. And let's see, Chinornis, Tone Rebellion. I don't really have a strong opinion on that critter. I'm not a bird expert. You know, I usually lean toward ontogeny as an explanation for weird morphological differences like that. But I'm not super familiar with that case in particular, so I don't have a horse in that fight. Sorry. But yeah. And genome, F. Mike. Sorry if I was not enunciating properly.
Ontogeny.
And yeah, Keladon K, we talk about that a fair bit, actually, about the intelligence of birds. Really remarkable group of animals. Yeah. And that's ontogeny, F. Mike. Ontogeny is the word.
Ontogeny.
There you go.
Ontogeny.
Yeah. Ontogeny is a word that describes the changes that an organism undergoes as it grows and develops.
Ontogeny.
So, that's why we got the Pokemon music here. Is that Pokemon actually lied to you?
Ontogeny.
When Pikachu evolves into Megachu or whatever.
Ontogeny.
That's not evolution. Evolution happens between generations. From one generation to the next, that's evolution.
Ontogeny.
Pokemon, it's just ontogeny. Ontogeny are the changes that a critter undergoes as it grows and develops throughout its individual lifespan.
Ontogeny.
That's what that is. So yeah. They ontogenize. There you go, Lenina. Yeah. Pokemon evolution is just growth stages. Exactly, Crimson Carnotaurus. Yeah. DM Wing says Megachu or whatever is my favorite Pokemon. Mine too. And Moppleton. Thanks for dropping in there. Appreciate the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Bless you, says Barnacle Bum. Oh, thank you. Megachu, I guess that does sound like a sneeze, doesn't it? Anywho. And Rambo has got a question. Oh, first, Dinzuku says, when did marine bioluminescent wildlife appear? I don't know. That sort of thing doesn't fossilize readily. I'm not sure how you could determine whether a given invertebrate fossil was bioluminescent or not. So that's a tricky question to answer. I don't know. Yeah.
If it hadn't been for that great dinosaur who saved us from the American forces,
ontogeny.
we would all be dead.
Neverwinter, is that true? 8 months of support. Thank you for
ontogeny.
I appreciate you, Neverwinter. Yeah. Rambo has got a new fascination with Spinosaurus. Seems to be a lot of controversy over them. Can you please give your opinion of this great creature? I can't really yet, Rambo, because I'm working on that whole family of dinosaurs for publication right now. You will hear all about them once I get it submitted for publication and once we know that it's coming out. But I'm working on them and how they would have caught fishes and that kind of thing. Trying to make sense of the biology of Spinosaurids. But I can't really talk about them yet. So, I hope you can understand that. Please understand. You'll hear a lot about them soon. But I really like Spinosaurids too. Yeah. I'm working on them. And they're,
ontogeny.
They're super cool claws. Like, This is a baryonyx claw right here. Pretty sizable piece of hardware. And in life, this would have been covered by a sheath of keratin that would probably make it about this long. So just like that. Would have been even longer and sharper in life. This might be one of the keys to understanding the biology of spinosaurids. And that's about all I can say right now. Anywho, yeah. And thank you, Murph. I appreciate looking that up. Yeah. And Joe Wingy, I can pull up a clip of a troodontid using tools from prehistoric planets. An interesting idea. Yeah. And how can we know about the keratin sheath? Asked Miss Blue Skies. That's one of those things that basically all modern animals that have claws like this. And you've got this nice blood vessel groove right here, what we call a nutrient groove. That's to supply the keratin sheath with blood, because keratin is a living structure, kind of like your fingernails. You know, we know that these animals are not just going around with bony claws tearing into stuff. Nobody does that. It's clearly, you know, is the bony ungule, the bony core for a keratin sheath over the top of it. And occasionally we even get those keratin sheaths that are preserved as fossils. It's rare, but it does happen. I wonder if I can show you when I was with Jim Kirkland at the... Here we go. At the Utah Raptor Mega Block.
But, you know, fossilizes, so you get these incredibly long ribs that go, you know, 5 vertebrae down the length of brachiosaurs and many of these animals.
Right. No, shoot, I wasn't trying to do that.
Here, and zoom in, you know, see part of the maxilla, or premax here. There's another claw there. There's a little scalp.
Yeah, so one of these claws, at least a few of them actually, have got a keratin sheath that you can see kind of slipping off the claw. These are so well preserved that the keratin is preserved as well. This is from Utah Raptor.
Shoulder blade.
Yeah.
Here's part of an adult tail. So this is the transition, where you're going from up near the hips to where it starts to become elongate down there. And if you look at each this vertebra versus that one, if you didn't know what you were doing, you would say, those are totally different things. They can't go together. You know,
Anyway, this is a really, really cool VOD.
over the length of the animal.
Right. There's a link to it if you'd like to
Oh,
watch
here's
that
another
later.
Premax.
Remarkable, remarkable specimen. There's dozens of theropod dinosaurs preserved in here. Utah Raptor and a number of new species, we
Little
think.
one right there, even smaller. Oh, yeah, how big that
There's a
is.
premax right there. So there's the nostril and there's the teeth. Remarkable. Remarkable. Yeah. Anyway. And Dr. Morbius, we don't know if baryonyx would have clawed trees to... I'm not sure. Yeah. And Pooja, yeah, it is thought to be a dewatering feature, basically like a quicksand sort of thing. These animals got stuck in. There's an artistic representation of that. We think this is basically the first instance preserved of dinosaurs being caught in quicksand. First one ever identified, more or less for certain. Here, I'll have Jim tell you about that. There we go.
And dragging it with a track hoe, 9 feet by 9 feet by 1, 9 tons of dinosaur skeletons intertwined. A whole growth series of Utah raptors trapped in this quicksand. The first time that anyone has ever attributed dinosaurs dying to quicksand.
Yeah, so that is Utah State paleontologist Jim Kirkland, whom well, you're going to be getting to know pretty well when I am out in the field in just a few days. Next week, you'll get a chance to meet Jim if you haven't yet here on stream and ask him some questions yourself. One of the world's leading experts on armored dinosaurs, on dromaeosaurs, And it's just 8 or 9 days until... Well, actually, Jim might be out with us a little bit later than that, but I'll be out in the field in 8 or 9 days. And Jim will be out there. We'll be working with him. You'll see us work together in the quarry. It's going to be a ton of fun. Yeah. It is always an honor to have him on screen, Lenny. Absolutely. Yeah. 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 And it is a little bit like La Brea of a Swoop. It could be a predator trap in that sense, where, you know, you had a plant-eating dinosaur get stuck in this, and then meat-eating dinosaurs came to eat him, and then other meat-eating dinosaurs came to eat her after she died, and so on and so forth. Everybody just getting stuck in this quicksand. Yeah. Anyway. And Nico Wast says, so fascinating that we can learn about something like this that happened so long ago. Yeah, this is like 130 million years old. Like this block right here is, it's pretty remarkable. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Sorry, Sweetie Pie, how are you doing? Bad as I normally would be, but today's a very, very special day. I'm here with State Paleontologist. Man, and we are recording is terrible. Block, which is... I guess the Starlink was acting up then. Dinosaurs, meat-eating dinosaurs, and some plant-eating stuff. Yeah, look at that. So that is the distal end of the... Anyhow, yeah. The quality should be a lot better when we're out in the field. Anywho, yeah. Good stuff. And what are you doing, Sweetie Pie? What? What are you doing? Hi. Yeah. And Tone Rebellion. Oh, the whole Paleogene dinosaurs thing. Those are usually like stratigraphic mistakes. It's somebody thinks that they're working in the Paleocene, and it's actually latest Maastrichtian. I've seen this again and again and again. People just misidentifying the KPG boundary, misplacing it. I have found some small bits of Paleocene dinosaurs, and they're always reworked. So those are fossils that, you know, they were deposited and then they were dug up by stream activity or something and then redeposited higher up in the rock layer. It happens sometimes. Reworking is what that's called. So you get that with teeth, you get that with small elements, but you never get it with anything articulated, you know? Yeah. Anywho. And Rage Master says that keyboard has seen some better days, though. No, it hasn't. What are you saying about my keyboard? It's made of wood. That's a bamboo keyboard right there, and I take good care of it. Thank you very much. Yeah. See that wood grain? Good stuff. Yeah. But yeah, yeah. And wasn't there a crocodile relative that was thought to be dinosaurs in the Paleocene, Crimson Carnivores? Maybe. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah, I'm glad everybody likes the keyboard too. What do you think, Sweetie Pie? Do you like the keyboard? Do you like it too? What are your thoughts? I thought you were using an Apple keyboard all this time. I can't afford that, Yinzoku. I'm a scientist. I can't afford Apple products. Do I look like a billionaire to you? Goodness. Anyhow. Since we've got a bunch of cool new people here, I think maybe this would be a good opportunity to talk about some of the very, very basics of paleontology. Talk about phylogeny and talk about evolution, maybe. Does that sound good to anybody? Yeah. What do you think, Sweetie Pie? Do you like that idea? Oh, I know you like it when do some face squishes. Come here. There we go. Ooh. Loves getting her face squished. Yeah. I wish we could get a view from the front for you, Jack, 'cause it's very funny looking. Oh, okay.
I'll tell you another way.
What it do? Well, well, well. Or 16 months ago. Thank you for the 16 months of support, What It Do. I really appreciate that. Extraordinary. Thank you, thank you. Holy cow. Yeah. And, go for fluff. An Elasmosaurus, not a dinosaur, no. Here, I feel like this, we'll get into that too. This is all going to be relevant to our discussion today. We're going to do some, like, Biology 101, Paleontology 101. So Elasmosaurus is a plesiosaur. It belongs to this group of reptiles over here, which may or may not be close to turtles. This is kind of an interesting, controversial placement here. But we do know that they're not dinosaurs. There's still some dispute where Elasmosaurus belongs on the reptile family tree, but it's pretty abundantly clear it is not a dinosaur. Yeah, these are a kind of plesiosaur. And so they're on a different branch of the reptile family tree. They didn't evolve from a dinosaur ancestor, and therefore they are not dinosaurs. Does that make sense? We'll get into this. And, yeah. Let's talk about phylogeny, shall we? This is one of those, like, fundamental ideas that I sincerely wish were, properly taught in U.S. schools. If this is new to you, it's not your fault. I want you to know that right off the bat. It is not your fault. There are a lot of people who fight tooth and nail to keep these ideas out of textbooks and out of schools, frankly, because they're offended by the idea that living things change over time and that living things have common ancestry. I've got a quick clip about that. Wrong one. There we go. Let's see. Here, we'll go back a little bit and we'll talk about... Someone had a question earlier about the common ancestor of tetrapods, of land-living animals with bones. Let's get into that.
Can scientists be so sure Darwin's tree accurately represents the history of life on Earth?
Why would you educate people in school? I know, right?
The latest in a large body of evidence to refute intelligent design and support evolution was coming to light just as this case was unfolding.
I remember thinking to myself when all this was going on, where do they get a load of this? Because it's just so beautiful.
Darwin believed that evidence for his idea of common ancestry would be unearthed in the form of transitional fossils. For example, if, over millions of years, fish gave rise to land animals, as evolutionary theory predicts, we should find fossils of extinct creatures that are part fish and part land animal.
So that's the thing, is that we have testable predictions that are made in science. Science is all about making predictions, testing them, using evidence to refute or support ideas. It's all about testing, And so there is this idea that old Chucky D had a long time ago that land animals, what we call tetrapods, land animals with bones, they evolved from earlier fishes that lived in the water. If that's true, you would expect to find critters in the fossil record that kind of fill that gap. Critters that are clearly fishes that are moving up onto land. If it's true, you would expect to find those fossils. Well, guess what happened?
In 1999, paleontologist Neil Shubin and his colleagues set out to find just such a creature.
And did you just say Chucky D? Of course I did. Yeah, old Charlie Darby, Chucky D. Yeah, that's a common refrain around here. We try and keep things informal here on Paleontologizing, you know? Yeah.
Land animal. In 1999, paleontologist Neil Shubin and his colleagues set out to find just such a creature.
What evolution enables us to do is to make specific predictions about what we should find in the fossil record. The prediction in this case is clear-cut. That is, if we go to rocks of the right age and the rocks of the right type, we should find transitions between two great forms of life, between fish and amphibian.
Many scientists think life began in the water, at least 3.5 billion years ago.
Yep.
Dinosaur! Gigantic dinosaurs attacking our boy!
A dinosaur?
What? What? Perfect alert for your follow. They say what to me. Thanks for following. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
At least 3.5 billion years ago. More recently, about 375 million years ago, the tree of life branched as primitive fish evolved into amphibians, such as today's frogs and salamanders, which live part of their lives on land. Armed with this prediction, Shubin and his colleagues organized an expedition to one of the most desolate places on Earth, the Canadian Arctic, about 500 miles from the North Pole, where rocks of just the right age are exposed. Here, they hope to fill a gap in the branch of the evolutionary tree that leads from primitive fish to animals with 4 limbs, or tetrapods.
And this is essentially a lungfish right here. I think that's Eusthenopteron, particular genus of sarcopterygian fish. So someone mentioned lungfish earlier. Bingo, that's what this is. Sort of. And will I be at TwitchCon in September? It's looking like it, Pimcat. Yeah, I think I will be.
By finding a fossil of an animal that shared characteristics of both. But after 3 summers of digging through hundreds of tons of rock in this harsh environment, they had found little of interest. They returned the next year for one last try.
Money was running out. This was it. We were told this was our last year up there. And then in 2004, in the 3rd day of the season, a colleague of mine was removing rock, and
Ms. Blue Sky says, okay, did they seek out that specific thing, or did they find it and then make a documentary about it? No, they were seeking out that specific thing. So Neil Shubin works on kind of the transition of sarcopterygian fishes into tetrapods. That's what he does, you know? And so they were specifically out there looking for that.
discovered a little snout sticking out the side of the cliff, just like exactly like this. And he removed more rock, and more rock, and more rock, and it became clear.
Mini Pie, how are you doing? Well, we have got 2 cats so far. 2 cats of the 3. Hello, hello, Mini Pie. How are you doing? Yeah. We are on our way to a cat trick, Lenina. We might get all 3 today. We'll see. Anyway, good to have you here, Minnie. You're kind of interrupting in the middle of something important, but that's okay, you know? So both Mini Pie and me, and presumably you at home, are tetrapods. You know, animals with bones that live on land. So basically every vertebrate animal that's not a ray fin fish, with the exception of a few lobefin fish, they're all tetrapods. So both Mini Pie and me here both evolved from a lobe-finned fish that came up onto land. Became the ancestor of the tetrapods. Ah, Minnie. Yeah. And I can't say I've ever heard that 1010. No. No. Well, do you want some treats, Mini Pie? You want some treats? Here. Oh, what's that? Somebody's getting excited. Somebody's getting excited. Ooh. Yeah, there we go. There. For you. What? You can eat those or no? You just come for some pets? Is that what you want? Oh, there you go. It's okay, they're yours to eat. Go for it. Go on. There you go. Yeah. There you are, Mini Pie.
The search for dinosaur bones begins in a place like this.
Well, Snail Chaser.
Search has succeeded with their 4 co-explorers.
How are you doing? Welcome, Snail Chaser. Holy cow, it's been a while. How are you? You're doing good. I'm glad to hear that. We just had Sweetie Pie on stream a few minutes ago, but here's Mini Pie. So, getting some cat time here. Yeah. How did your stream go? What were you doing? Everybody, if you're not yet following Snail Chaser, you're missing out. Some video games and maybe some art? Nice. Can we get another shout out for Snail Chaser? Snail Chaser was one of my oldest and dearest friends. I've known him since I was in kindergarten? First grade, maybe? Holy cow. But, he's good people. He doesn't stream often enough, but when he does, it's always a good time. You should check him out. I hang out in his channel, too. And, streaming while OBS is open and Burger Queen is playing like crazy. Yes. Oh, sorry, Mini Pie. Didn't mean to startle you. And there's this hair flying around everywhere. Goodness, I just brushed you several times today, too. And, he's playing Jurassic World Evolution 2. Really, really? Well, that is one way to bring some viewers in. Excellent. Streaming, Jurassic World 2. Which critters did you have in your park? Pretty neat. Man, I will have to check that out the next time you're streaming. And also, Snail Chaser, we need to hang out before I go back out to Utah in just a few days. Because I'll be leaving next Monday. Maybe Friday morning or something we can hang out. I don't know. We'll talk. But everybody, go ahead and follow Snail Chaser right now. Oh, you're off work? Nice. Okay. Cool. Will you be around Friday morning? We can hang out? Maybe that's what you meant by I'm off work. Maybe you're referring to Friday morning. Anywho. I guess Mini Pie's not going to eat the rest of these, so we can continue with what we were talking about here. All this week. Excellent, Snail Chaser. Well. We'll be in touch. Yeah, but thank you again for the raid. And, thank you everybody for following Snail Chaser. If you've not yet done so, you probably should. Here, let's continue this.
They returned the next year for one last try.
Money was running out. This was it. We were told this was our last year up there. And then in 2004, in the third day of the season, a colleague of mine was removing rock and discovered a little snout sticking out the side of the cliff, just exactly like this. And he removed more rock and more rock and more rock, and it became clear this was a snout of a flat-headed animal. And that's when we knew, flat-headed animal at 375 million years old. This is going to be something interesting.
They called it Tiktaalik, which means large freshwater fish in the language of the local Inuit people. And it's one of the most vivid transitional fossils ever discovered, showing how land animals evolved from primitive fish.
Yep.
Over here you have a fish of about 380 million years old. And when you see just like any good fish, it has scales on its back and fins. You compare that to an amphibian, you find a creature that doesn't have scales, and it's modified the fins to become limbs, arms and legs. And the head's very different. It has a flat head with eyes on top and a neck. What we see when we look at the fossil record, at rocks of just the right age, is a creature like Tiktaalik. Just like a fish, it has scales on its back and fins. You can see the fin webbing here. Yet when you look at the head, you see something very different. You see a very amphibian-like thing with a flat head with eyes on top. It gets even better when we take the fin apart. When we look inside the fin, as in this cast here, what you'll see it as bones that compare to our shoulder, elbow, even parts of wrist, bone for bone. So you have a fish
Pretty cool stuff.
at just the right time in the history of life that has characteristics of amphibians and primitive fish. It's a mix.
Yep. Bingo. And eyes on top are fascinating. They are Will 6'2". They really are. And local language demoing, yeah, that's increasingly common in vertebrate paleontology to name critters after, well, using local indigenous languages to come up with new names for animals. Like, there we go. The one that Matt Lamano was talking about, who was on our field crew. Yeah. Diuchin or Diukin? He wasn't actually sure how to pronounce it. So if he doesn't know, I don't know. But yeah. Diuchin. The name means predatory bird. In the local language. Yeah. Where is that? I don't know if there's an explanation of the name in there, but yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. Anyhow, let's continue.
And just as evolutionary theory predicts, Tiktaalik suggests a tree of life, with one species giving rise to another over millions of years.
Yep.
The discovery of Tiktaalik was still being written up at the time of the trial, so it couldn't be used as evidence. But Shubin's colleague, paleontologist Kevin Padian, showed the judge examples of other fossils with transitional features that support Darwin's tree of life.
My testimony in the trial was basically taking a day and showing the judge how we do our work and what the evidence is.
How dinosaurs...
This is kind of what I'm trying to do here on Twitch, too. Like, big picture. This is a big part of my mission, is just to show people how fossil science works. And yeah, that is indeed Kevin Padian of Durder fame there. But yeah. How you doing, Danny? I got your shirt? No, I'm pretty sure I'm still wearing it, Miss Yvette. Scared me for a second. Yeah, what do you mean? Got my shirt. But yeah, like this is what I'm trying to do is to... There's so much that we know as paleontologists, so much that we've been able to figure out about the history of life on Earth. And a lot of this information just is not getting its way to the general public. That's what I'm trying to do here. Whether it's from my office, answering questions and going over new discoveries and interviewing other paleontologists from here, or whether it's being out in the field, like I will be in... What, just 8 days now at this point? Yeah, take a look. 8 days. I'll be out in the field again in Utah digging up dinosaurs. So Gadaros, yes, I will be out again digging. In 8 days. I'll probably stream for the first time in 9 days, though. I don't know if I'll stream on the very first day, because that's kind of a travel day. But we'll see. We'll see. I'm very excited about that. Yeah. But yeah. And 1010 says, why aren't the bones on display in museums clearly labeled as replicas when used? I feel like it's deceptive. Well, they usually are. Yeah, if you look for the word cast, you'll see a bunch of that, usually. Here, maybe I can show you an example. That is best practice, is to label whether a fossil is the genuine thing or is a replica. I can find you... So this is at AM&H, and those are real fossils, so it's not going to say cast. Dinosaur Discovery Museum. They're all casts at this one. It's the one in Wisconsin. But anyway, they usually are labeled. They're supposed to be anyway. That is best practice. Generally, if they're not labeled, that's an indication that the fossils are real. But I can show you how to tell. Here's an example. Here's a T-Rex specimen that's very near and dear to my heart. At the University of California Museum of Paleontology. Let me ask you, chat. Are these the real fossils, or is this a replica, a cast? What do you think? Let me know. People saying cast or replica. It is a real cast, or it would be if it were a cast. Let's see. Well, you are correct. This is a replica, a cast. A cast is like a molded and cast replica of the real thing. So it is 100% legit. It's just not made of the original bone. It's made of resin or plaster. In this case, it's resin. And the way that you can tell here that it's a cast is that you don't see like metal armature holding it up. You do see a metal post right there, and it's just jammed right through the tibia, right through the shin bone of this animal. You wouldn't do that with a real bone. Also, you can see the metal rod going from the tib to the femur right there too. With an actual dinosaur fossil, you're going to get kind of metal holders around it. Let me show you. Like here, for instance. This is actually really lovely that it's silhouetted in black like this. You can see that metal armature underneath. These are the real fossil bones here. And you can see the way in which these metal cradles have been built, these fingers or antlers or whatever you want to call them, kind of gently but firmly holding these bones in place. Does that make sense? We even have a clip of that, too. Here we go. Let me find that particular clip for you. Here we go.
We have a lot of sculptors. You know, we have artists, like a lot have an art background. We have conservators, preparators, mold makers. It's a huge feather in our cap, you know, like just to do this. And, you know,
so there we go. Here you can see we've got certain bones that have been cast or sculpted, and they're there in white. You can see like the white of the plastic resin. But then you've got the actual bone there with these metal armatures around it. So one of those vertebrae is real, and the rest of them are not. Usually they're painted slightly differently. Like, it's rare that you'll see a museum where they try and make the cast bones look exactly like the originals if you've got them kind of together in the same specimen like that. But here you can tell that there's just a metal rod going directly into this. That's a cast or replica bone. And then this is the real deal, and so it's got those kind of metal holders around it.
Especially after a career of doing it,
Yeah.
you know, and working with major museums throughout the world.
This is going to come down.
So what we're thinking is release the tension on the tail and make it go more like this, more in a straight line.
So there's Matt Carano there in the glasses.
And requires
Dinosaur
a number
curator
of
at the
different
Smithsonian.
disciplines and expertise
Hey,
to
Sweetie
put
Pie.
together an exhibit, and we work on it for years, assembling all of these different elements. And when you walk in the hall, all of that is invisible to you as a visitor.
In this particular project, the biggest challenge probably has been the interaction of the two animals. A T-Rex standing over a Triceratops, it's basically right on top of it, and to try and get the two skulls to line up, plus all of the other elements,
It's tricky.
and
Yeah.
make it work was challenging in
The
the
world's
fact.
first armored tank, you might say.
Well,
That
well.
trunk is completely
Dragon
covered
Looney,
with thin, bony plates.
thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Here's Sweetie Pie. Ooh, eating some of those treats that Mini Pie left over. Stay there, camera. There we go. Yeah. Look, there's more for you. You want to eat those? They're there for the taking. Yeah. Oh. Look, there's treats for you to eat. Look. You get those? What do you think? Ooh. Go for it. Go for it. There you go. And Vanille ZZ, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. Yeah. We're taking a brief respite from the science for some cat cam time. And Shoukaku IJN. Are those real skulls? Oh, Shoukaku. Wasn't that the name of an aircraft carrier in World War II? IJN sounds like Imperial Japanese Navy, too. Welcome to Paleontologizing. We've got a Dilophosaurus and Scelidosaurus skull right here, and they're both 3D prints. So they're plastic. I would not have real dinosaur fossils here in my office, at least not permanently. Because as we all know,
That belongs in a museum!
Oh yeah, but I'm going to be digging up some real dinosaur fossils next week, live on stream, and I hope you'll join me for that. I'll be going out to Utah and doing some excavations there near Moab in the earliest Cretaceous Cedar Mountain Formation. And Sindent says, I've been watching for a bit now and finally came up with a question. Can you tell me, did the chicken come first or the egg? Easy. So, creatures have been laying eggs on our planet Earth for well over 1 billion years. Chickens only evolved in, what, the last couple million years? So definitely eggs came first. Oh, I'll see you later, Sweetie Pie. Yeah. Easy question. Thanks for asking it. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. Let's readjust it. There we go. That's better. But yeah. Eggs came first? Absolutely, said Nance. By a wide margin. Anyway, back to this real quick, and then we'll get back to our main topic. Talking about phylogeny and stuff.
Have a moment where it was kind of heartbreaking? I'm
No.
destroying. Never.
No, glue is cheap.
And
Oh, Mr.
Tanessa.
Button. I love buttons. How to break the news to the kitties that you are leaving them and they will clearly starve because the bottom of their bowls will be visible and there will be no treats?
Oh, they'll be fine,
Cheeky
Tanessa.
smiley face.
I'm not the only one who
called
lives
for
in this
still more
house,
protection,
aside from the
He
cats.
simply grew spears which projected from his body armor.
The cat's owners also live here, and I am in turn subject to the cats. So, yeah, the cats will be missing one of their subjects, I guess you could say. Anyway, Sindence, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Answer why the chicken crossed the road? That sort of evidence is not readily yielded by the fossil record, I'll say that. Miss Blue Skies. And I'll see you later, Yenzoku. Thanks for being here. Here.
The armature that holds the real fossil, which we call
there we go, fossil holder,
has, some people call them antlers, fingers, whatever you want to call them, but it usually consists of a piece of half round with pieces that are tapered, and they follow the contour of the bone very closely. It's got a high percentage of real fossil, but where you see the white areas, those are generally cast materials that have been supplemented in. The ribs, there's white, and then of course all the cracks.
This skull will be a cast. The skull is the one part that's probably of greatest scientific interest. And so we want to make that accessible to scientific study. And if we position it like this, it's really going to make it impossible for a scientist to get at it. Also, the precariousness of the way this mount is, with the skull really hanging off the neck as it is in a live animal, is not well suited to mounting a real bone.
Anyway, I hope that makes sense. Now back to this. Speaking of dinosaurs, theropod dinosaurs.
We do our work, and what the evidence.
And Pimcat is the Sioux skeleton at the Field Museum in Chicago all original? Most of it is Pimcat, but not all of it. Let's see, skeletal diagram. We should be able to find a quick diagram that'll show us. Yeah, there you go. So the parts that are there in white are the parts that are real. So she's missing some bones from the proximal part of her neck, missing a few gastralia, missing her left foot, and then the tip of her tail. But apart from that, she is almost all there. Yeah. Missing a few of the dorsals there, too. And it looks like, ooh boy, it looks like somebody dug through part of her pubis, and that part has been lost. The crew that dug up Sue did it in like 11 days or something like that. Honestly, way too quickly for a specimen that big and that potentially scientifically important. So I presume that parts of her were lost during the excavation process. Yeah. Yeah. In fact, let's see. I think, let's see, where was that? They were talking about Sue being excavated.
Further up the scale are national retailers and high-end fossil shops.
Oh boy. Yeah.
Scientific collecting.
You can have commercial collectors that are very scrupulous, that are collecting data at their own site. They're not messing with anyone. They're keeping good records. They do the preparation. They mount specimens. They sell them somewhere, some museum, and it's all accessible. There's nothing wrong with that. But if I'm out collecting somewhere and someone comes out and digs up a dinosaur that I've got half out of the ground,
that's happened to me
that's
before.
Irritating. That's more than irritating.
Yeah.
We have had sites in Nebraska that were actively excavated by our university, invaded by commercial businesses, and we have lost material and lost vital information because of that.
Fossils have been literally bought out from the underneath the scientists. I mean, someone comes in and just makes a new deal with private landowners.
Yep. But where's the part where they were excavating Sue and... Yeah, it was like, I think it was like 11 days that they took to excavate Sue, and that was it.
Let's currently say that's illegal. The thing is that people are going ahead and taking them anyways.
What is it, $50 fine now for collecting fossils on public lands? I mean, that's a slap on the wrist. It's worth the risk to a commercial collector than get $250,000, $500,000, $800,000 for a good dinosaur skeleton.
Shoot, I'm gonna need to go back and actually find the spot, but they dug Sue up incredibly quickly. Just pretty ridiculous. Is it here?
Not just dinosaurs.
Clues that give like Jack.
And we all know that there's a tremendous loss of information.
Yeah.
A big concern among paleontologists like Jack Horner is that commercial collectors don't always take the time to preserve the context of the fossils they find. The small clues that give fossils meaning.
The kinds of data that we are now collecting to see what dinosaurs were like as living animals and what their paleoecology was like and their environments were like includes collecting not just dinosaurs, but everything else.
Lagom courses, how long does it to dig out a fossil as big as Sue? A big part of that just depends on how tough the rock is.
We came here to find fossils.
And Lindsay Jobby, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. If the rock is really soft, like I think Sue came out of a fairly soft sandstone, and so it would not take super, super long, but it would at least take a couple of summers if you're really going to do it right. Yeah, and the difference between doing it right and not doing it right is like getting all the fossils out intact or having some bad flips, like several of the bones being destroyed, that kind of thing.
Yeah. And if people just go in and, are just taking the pretty stuff out, that ruins what we're trying to do.
In the summer of 1990, while the Black Hills Institute was excavating Sioux in South Dakota, Jack Horner's crew was busy excavating another T-Rex 200 miles away in Montana.
Yep, there's Bob Harmon there. Worked with Bob in the field many times.
Working slowly and carefully to preserve all the information at the site, Horner's dig took 10 people 5 weeks to complete.
There we go.
It took 6 people from the Black Hills Institute less than 3 weeks to get Sue out of the ground.
Less than 3 weeks. Okay, shoot. Where did I get 11 days? Anyway, smaller crew, much less time. Bigger fossil, more complete. It was really a rush job, honestly.
We collect very carefully, but we have to do our job in a way in which we can support ourselves, and we can't afford to waste time taking years to excavate specimens. We have to do it in a way that...
Like we can? I mean, shoot. It's such a condescending way to say that, The budgets are often far less. Like, smaller budgets on an academic paleontological crew as opposed to a commercial crew. We usually don't have investors or anything like that. Anyway, yeah.
Is expeditious.
Anywho, if you'd like to watch that whole documentary, then here is a link. But we'll take a look at that later. Yeah. Yeah, and to be fair, Lenina, I would not call Pete Larson Mr. Moneybags. He's not a wealthy man, but...
Science. What's science ever done for us? TV off.
Street Locals, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome to Paleontologizing. But, yeah. And that was 1990, yeah, Dr. Morbius, yep. Yeah. And Gandalf Igglywampus says, if you could discover one perfect dinosaur skeleton, which would you choose? I would choose the ancestral-most dinosaur. Because A, we'd have a brand new genus and species of dinosaur that gave rise to all other dinosaurs. And it would be complete. So that's what I would pick. Yeah. And Pimpcat Field Museum, I think, paid $8.26 million for Sue with the backing of Walt Disney Corporation and McDonald's. So yeah. With that much money, they could have dug 100 T-Rex. But, then you'd actually have to do some work. But yeah, only 8 million. That was, 16 times the highest price ever paid for a dinosaur up until that point. Tomcat, yeah. And what's the oldest age? Lived age. Has a dinosaur been found? Dinodex, I think about 48 for like a really big Carcharodontosaur. It might have been Meraxes Gigas was like 48 or something like that. Anyway. And Drade Ragubus is playing with a dig kit while watching. Well, I hope you're enjoying. I will be out in the field digging up dinosaurs in just 8 days. And I'll be streaming it. So I hope you're as excited for that as I am. Yeah. And wait, they only live 48 years? That's the thing, Gandalf, is that we've not really done enough sampling of dinosaurs like that in order to be able to have a good idea for how, like, what is a ripe old age for a big dinosaur. There have just been a handful of specimens that have been properly sectioned so that we can count the growth rings in the bone and figure out how old they were. That method needs to be much more common than it is, honestly. Yeah. And it was a tough life being a dinosaur. A lot of dinosaurs lived fast and died young, for certain. Yeah. But yeah. Peak heat in Utah, Gojira. Let's check on that, because I'm looking forward to it, honestly. Here. Oh boy. Yeah, it's about 96 where I'm headed right now. Let's see what it looks like for the next 10 days. When I'm out there, it's Tuesday, 95, 98, 100, 101. Cool. 94, 92. Okay, it's going to drop back down. It's going to be just 92 degrees Fahrenheit. That's not too bad. Yeah, could be a lot worse. Anyway. And would the ancestral-most dinosaur also be the diverging point of ornithischians and saurischians? It would hopefully be even earlier than that, Salamander. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah. And Ms. Blue Skies, you'll see, but we've got the king of shade tarps himself, Don de Blue. Here we go, Tarpology 101. Here's a talk that that Don gave on setting up shade tarps. Yeah. And yep, that's about when we do fieldwork, and it's the hottest time of the year. Yeah, heat-related disorders. This is good stuff. Here, I'm gonna give everybody the link to this. Post-grad level tarp talk. There you go. Yeah. Protection, safety, comfort, and even lighting. Yeah. So, this is how Don constructs shade tarps. Ooh, there's the trailer. There's our propane-powered fridge and freezer. Ah, I love this thing. And there's some... this funny seeing this all pristine like that. There's stickers all over it now, including some paleontologizing stickers. No colored tarps. Secure the frames with rope. Useful knots. Trucker's hitch. Yeah, anyway, so we're going to have tarps like this out in the field. You'll get very well acquainted with them this summer. Yeah. And yeah, propane. There you go, Gojira. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Let's get back to what we were talking about here, about phylogeny, because this is extremely important stuff. Yeah.
Be used as evidence. But Shubin's colleague, paleontologist Kevin Padian, showed the judge examples of other fossils with transitional features that support Darwin's tree of life.
My testimony in the trial was basically taking a day and showing the judge how we do our work and what the evidence is.
How dinosaurs evolved into birds, as seen in creatures like Archaeopteryx, which has a long tail and teeth like a dinosaur, but feathers just like a modern bird. How ancestors of modern reptiles evolved into creatures now extinct that share a common ancestor with mammals. And how surprisingly whales evolved from large land animals that returned to the water.
Yes, indeed.
And where the pandas book says we can't go from A to B, there are no fossils and we don't know how to study them. Actually, we've gone from A to B and to C, D, E, F, and G. We have the fossils, we have the transitional features, we have the ways of analyzing them with many different lines of evidence, and we're looking for the picture that accounts for the most lines of objective evidence.
With each fossil, Padian refuted Panda's claim that different life forms appear suddenly by showing how fossils of extinct organisms bridge the gaps between species, resulting in a picture of gradual evolution, just as Darwin proposed.
The reporters in the courtroom were just amazed that we knew all this stuff, and how come they hadn't learned about this stuff before? And the reason is, it's not in textbooks because the creationists fight so hard to keep it out. That's been a big influence.
It's been a huge influence. And that's why I'm talking about that here. We've got so many cool new people here in the chat, and this is like the most basic fundamental principle in all of biology and all of paleontology, really. Is that living things change over time. And so, getting into that, I think is really important. So let's do some phylogeny 101 here. If you've never heard of the term phylogeny before, it's not your fault.
Dinodax gifted
And thank you, Dinodax, for the gifts up there. Really appreciate that. Who is that to? Advanced hominid? Got good aim there, Dinodax. Yeah. Like Kevin Padian was saying, there are people who fight very, very hard to keep these things out of textbooks and out of the classroom, and it's infuriating to somebody like me because this is like the fundamental principle in all of biology and paleontology, and most people never get to learn about this unless they get really lucky and they've got like a really good biology teacher in high school or middle school, or if they go to university and they take a biology course. That's usually the first place that people actually learn about evolution and phylogeny, is in college, even though it's like the fundamental principle in all of biology. You know, not to throw shade on, you know, microbiology or anything like that, but like honestly, the organelles in a cell, you know, the Golgi apparatus, the mitochondria, the powerhouse of the cell, that's just minutia. Like, that's something that you should learn way after you learn about phylogeny, which is such a larger, more important, more unifying principle, you know? So let's talk a little bit about phylogeny. And here is a, and that's insane. I'd like to fact check that one. Fact check what? Elysium Plane? Let me know. Fact check what? And proceeds to throw shade. I'm not trying to throw shade. That stuff is important too. It's important to understand how cells work. But the very concept that living things change over time is a much more foundational principle than that, you know? It's like learning about the, you know, particular atomic number of an obscure element before you learn about the fact that, like, hey, everything is made of atoms, you know? Does that make sense? Yeah. Effectively trivializing science turns science into trivia, says Regadactylus. So our curricula are reflections of the successful efforts of anti-scientists to turn science into trivia. Bingo. In order to teach science properly, sometimes you've got to start with the big picture. Those underlying principles. You know? Yeah. And there you go, salamander. Yes, Brachydactylus knows what he's talking about. This is his area of specialty. He's a scholar in this area. Yeah. Too many thoughts. I'd love to grab a beer with you sometime, Brachydactylus, if I'm ever in your part of the country. I'm sure we'll have some very cool conversations about this. Maybe even some co-authorships. But yeah. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Oh, and Elysium Plain. Sorry, I missed your earlier message. You said red pandas and panda bears trigger me so much. Yeah, it's a... We'll be talking about that, actually. Let's get into phylogeny here. Shoot, I misinterpreted your earlier message. Sorry about that. Let's get into this. This is a little bit goofy because it's aimed at a wide audience. But it's good stuff. There's some, like, fundamental principles of biology in here that... I wish this video had 100 billion views, you know? Instead of, what, 66,000? It deserves so much more than this, but let's take a look.
In 1799, a strange animal skin landed in the hands of biologist George Shaw. Studying its features, Shaw noticed the perfect resemblance of the beak of a duck engrafted on the head of a quadruped. So
Mother of cats,
accurate
welcome.
is the similitude that at first view it naturally excites the idea of some deceptive preparation by artificial means. So basically, this thing seriously looks like a duckbill sewn onto some fur. That animal, the platypus, is very much real. And even weirder than Shaw realized, platypuses lay eggs. They sweat milk through their skin, and they're venomous to boot. They're also mammals like us, but they're a different kind of mammal. One that
They're a
split off
monotreme.
from the rest back when the dinosaurs were still around.
Yeah, and let's talk about that for a second. Let's look up platypus on our tree of life here. In fact, let's go to mammals. There we go. So it's a neat idea to start with the platypus for a video like this, because it kind of confounds some older, out-of-date ideas about classification. There's some ideas that are, you know, trying to classify organisms based solely on their features or their behaviors or whatever. Oh, like mammals don't lay eggs. Well, the platypus does lay eggs. And it is a mammal. So, we've got mammals right here, and there's monotremes. Monotremes are mammals that lay eggs. Today, there's only the platypus and, like, 4 or 5 species of echidna. Depending on who you ask. Yeah, Ornithorhynchos, the platypus there. Split off from the rest of the mammals 180 million years ago. It used to be that the majority of mammal species laid eggs, but today, and during the late Cretaceous, the end Cretaceous extinction event, most of the egg-laying mammals died out. And then the majority of the rest of them died out subsequently, too, the ones that were still left. It could be that multituberculates in them were laying eggs also, but now we've only got only 2 varieties, I guess, of egg-laying mammals. You've got various species of echidna, and then you've got the platypus. Yeah.
Today, they are one of only 2 living members of that weird, wonderful lineage. We call the study of branching evolutionary histories like these phylogeny.
Yeah. Fundamental principle. Phylogeny. Extremely important. You do not understand biology if this is a foreign concept to you. You know? That's why we're talking about it.
Understanding it helps us paint a picture of our pal the platypus, like who their ancestors were, and why they look so distinguished today.
And lagom, of course, is the word mammals. It's based off the word mammary glands, right? They share the same root word, yeah. So all mammals today feed their young with milk, including the platypus and the echidna. That is something that all mammals share, but that's not what makes them mammals. I guess that's kind of the concept I'm trying to get across today, is that to say that...
You need to take some of your own advice.
Oh boy.
Aren't you the man who told me to live every week like it's Shark Week, and that nothing's impossible except for dinosaurs? Don't give up on life, sir.
Creatrix Brit, thank you for the 27 months of support. Really appreciate you, Brit. Thank you, thank you. I hope you're doing well, by the way. How are things? What were you talking about? Oh, yeah. So all mammals today feed their young with milk. But that's not why they're mammals. You could have another group of animals that also evolves to feed their young with milk. That would not make them mammals. So, like, birds do that. They produce crop milk. Some of them, like, they'll regurgitate a milky substance that's almost chemically identical to, like, mammal milk. They'll regurgitate that for their young. That doesn't make them mammals. What makes mammals mammals is that they all evolved from a common ancestor about 180 million years ago. Like you saw right here, mammals. And the reason that all mammals feed their young with milk is because that's what that ancestor did, and all of the mammals have inherited that from their common ancestor. Does that make sense? So to say, oh, well, they are mammals because they feed their young with milk, it's getting it backwards. Mammals feed their young with milk because they're mammals, because that's what their ancestors did. That's what they've inherited. That's an evolutionary hand-me-down they've gotten from their ancestors. So that might sound nitpicky, but I promise it's actually an important distinction to make. And again, if you don't understand that, you don't understand biology. That's why we're talking about it, you know? Yeah. And some mammals still lay eggs. Some mammals still lay eggs today, too. Desaurus, yeah. Yeah. So anyway. Yeah.
And beyond that, phylogeny helps us understand all kinds of lineages to make sense of life's big, whopping family. Hi, I'm Dr. Sammy, your friendly neighborhood entomologist, and this is Crash Course Biology.
All mammals inherited milk from their ancestors. There you go.
Theme music
Charlie's
last
Dragon,
night.
yeah. Yeah.
Life's
There we go.
extended family is full of second cousins you've never met and great uncles twice removed. Nobody's wearing name tags, and there's no auntie with an encyclopedic memory to tell us how we're related. But we humans make and share knowledge about the world by naming and categorizing stuff. Whether that's movie genres, art styles, or types of burritos. We slap name tags on life's diversity through tax.
But that's an important distinction to make, too. Whether it is movie genres, art styles, or types of burritos, those are... we come up with categories for them that make sense to us, but when we're classifying living things, there's an underlying reality to that we're trying to get at. It's not arbitrary. It's not saying, oh, well, wet burritos all belong in one group, and then microwavable burritos belong in another group because I say so, because that makes sense to me. It's like, no, when we're classifying living things, what we're actually trying to do is figure out who's related to whom based on their most recent common ancestry. So, like, they both sprang from the same ancestor. We're trying to figure that out, you know? So there's a real thing we're trying to find.
8, we have the Tradoon. The Tradoon.
And Dex Phantom Hawk, thank you for the 10 months of support. I really
Thank you for all
appreciate
your
that.
hard work spreading science and knowledge, fellow mammals.
It is my honor, Dex Phantom Hawk. Thank you for your ongoing
Tradoon.
support, helping make that possible with your 10 months of support there. Really appreciate it. Yeah.
Styles or types of burritos. We slap name tags on life's diversity through taxonomy, systems of labeling and categorizing organisms. For over 250 years, biologists have largely used the Linnaean system of classification. It files living things into groups called taxa, based on observable traits that they share.
So taxon is the singular, taxa is plural. One taxon, several taxa, you know? And so this is a system that's been around for a long time, and we still kind of use it, but our understanding of how it works has become much more nuanced when we actually started to understand evolution. We started to understand that living things change over time. And so we still use species, genus, family, order. Well, order, class, phylum. They get increasingly, like, fuzzy as you move up. Like, kingdom isn't super useful anymore. Species is the most useful. Genus is a group of closely related species. A family is a group of closely related genera. But the more you move up in this, kind of the fuzzier and less useful it gets.
The sortings are basically a bunch of nested boxes. Species goes in genus, genus in family, family in order, and so on. But these taxonomic boxes are kind of subjective.
Yep.
Boxes like genus or family, for example, can be very broad or very specific, depending on when in history they were coined. I mean, there is literally one family for ants. More than 12,000 species, but just one family.
That's
Whose
nuts.
idea was that? And because
Yeah.
Linnaean taxonomy...
And so contrast it with other groups where, like, you get certain groups where, like, a family is just one species now. Think about Sphenodon, the Tuatara. It's the only surviving member of its, well, maybe its entire order, actually. Whereas you've got 12,000 species of ants in a single family. Like I said, the further up you move, the kind of squishier and less helpful these categories get.
Species, but just one family. Whose idea
Yeah.
was that? And because Linnaean taxonomy often relies on physical traits to sort organisms, it can miss other less visible markers of relationship between species. Enter systematics, the science of categorizing organisms based on their phylogeny, that fancy word for evolutionary history. Unlike Linnaean taxonomy, which rested on how we humans historically named things, systematics works to uncover more objective data about how species are related. Biologists construct phylogenies by comparing the anatomy and DNA of different organisms. For example, sometimes organisms have common features because of shared ancestry.
And hey, Ken is here. How are you doing, Ken? Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. It's good to see you. And Dyson Dinosaur, how are you doing too? Welcome, welcome, Filippo. I hope you're having a good day. We're talking about one of the most basic concepts in all of biology and paleontology. Talking about phylogeny right now. Because we've got a bunch of cool new people in chat, and it's important to talk about this. Because it's one of those subjects that really doesn't get taught well in American schools, if at all. Until maybe you get to college. So, yeah. Let's continue. Hope you're doing well, Filippo, and you too, Ken.
Called homologous traits. Homologous comes from the Greek homologos, which means consistent. And with homologous traits, you see a consistency in the evolutionary blueprint. Like, if a horse, a bat, and you walked into an X-ray machine, and no, this is not the setup for a terrible joke, you find the same basic bone structure in your arm, the horse's front legs, and the bat's wing.
That's because we all inherited that same structure from our common ancestor. You know? You've got, well, this is something like Neil Shubin talks about in your Inner Fish. Let me see if I can find that clip. There we go. And here we go. Beautiful.
Sir Richard Owen was an anatomist in the 19th century. He was fortunate to be an anatomist in an age of discovery. And so people were going back to London with new...
Richard Owen coined the word dinosaur in 1842. Just to tie things back to dinosaurs, you know? Keeping things relevant here. Yeah, so he was like the premier anatomist in Victorian England. He was actually knighted by the Queen. You know, he was heralded as a genius, and part of his big insight was homology.
New and oddball creatures for him to analyze. And in analyzing all the different creatures, he found common patterns.
Although the overall shape and structure of each limb was very different, he started to see that there was an underlying theme.
Yep, whether it's a bat, or a cat,
it was as if the same set of bones was being squashed or extended to perform different functions.
They're the same bones.
Here's a dog. Dogs, run and jump. What do you have? One bone, two bones, little bones, and then the digits, the equivalents of the fingers or toes. Yep. And, of course, here's a bird. Its limb has been modified into a wing, and it has one bone.
Humerus.
Two bones.
Radius and ulna.
Lots of bones.
Carpals and metacarpals.
And digits.
And the phalanges.
The amazing fact is, in each of these creatures, the skeletal architecture is largely the same as ours.
Yep.
And what was utterly surprising is that the skeleton of every animal walking the earth today
has this fundamental pattern of one bone, two bones, little bones, fingers.
Yep.
Owen didn't know why creatures had that pattern. It was a mystery to him. It really took a new insight, an insight from Charles Darwin, which basically said the reason why animals have this common pattern is because at some time in the distant past, they all shared a common ancestor that had a version of this pattern too.
So they basically all got this as like an evolutionary hand-me-down from their common ancestor. That's what homology means, homologous structures. When I say homologous structures, we're just talking about that, you know, a pattern where it's like, you know, humerus, radius and ulna, carpals, metacarpals, phalanges. Whether you're a turtle, whether you're a lemur, whether you're a whale, whether you're a frog, you've got the same thing. It's because all vertebrate animals share a common ancestor. And all those tetrapods share a common ancestor. And a critter like Tiktaalik, like that fish we were talking about earlier.
We should be able to game of paleontology.
And Osganic, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
Trace the evolution of our limbs and hands by going...
Oh, and Damwing, did he say all terrestrial animals? He meant tetrapods. He meant terrestrial vertebrates, Damwing. I know there are terrestrial invertebrates too. But yeah. And C2H6O Distiller says, am I nuts or can things evolve similar traits separately? Yes. And that's where you've got homology and you've got analogy. So you can have convergent evolution where... Here. We can talk about that. There we go. Let's try to download. That's not what we want. This will work. Yeah. So, this is what we call convergent evolution, where you get critters that don't share the same ancestor, like pterodactyls, bats, and birds. They didn't all evolve from the same winged ancestor. They evolved from different ancestors that didn't have wings. So, pterosaurs evolved, and that's not a good pterosaur reconstruction. Ugh. But whatever. I'll find you a better one. That one's fine for now. Just ignore how bad this looks. So birds evolved from dinosaurs, bats evolved from a little mouse-like critter, pterosaurs evolved from probably a kind of lizardy, crocodile-y type critter. And they've got totally different structures to their wings, because this is convergent evolution. They evolved from different starting points, and so they've got different strategies. You know, birds have got feathers that come off of their arms like this, that form the wing membrane. Bats have got a skin membrane that stretches between the fingers of the hand. And pterosaurs just have one long wing finger like that. That's their fourth digit, their ring finger right here. That's like longer than their entire body, that forms the basis for the wing membrane like that. So when you get critters that are not related to each other, you expect to see something like this, where it's just like you look under the hood and it's completely different. Contrast that with homology. Like this is an example of homology, where humans, horses, and bats all evolved from the same ancestor, and they got this common structure from their common ancestor, but it's been kind of molded and squashed, shaped in different ways for different purposes. You know, humans, our arms evolved for manipulating objects and stuff like that. Horses for walking and running, bats for flying. But you're dealing with the same underlying architecture, just evolved in different directions for different purposes. Does that make sense? Yeah. So yeah. And yeah, they could add Ichi to that diagram, Cass, yeah. 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 There you go, Gifmo. Yeah. And yeah, echolocation is another example, Elysium Plane, yeah. Whales and bats independently evolved that. For certain. Yeah. Anyhow.
Going back in time, down our family tree. Starting with our primate ancestors, we see hands and limbs that look very similar to our own. Go back a bit further to the first mammals, and we find deeper similarities in the paws. And we see how paws emerged from more distant relatives. And if we go back even further, we reach our most distant four-legged ancestors. These animals, the earliest tetrapods, were among the first to have Owen's one bone, two bones, lots of bones pattern.
Yep.
But when we enter the underwater world, around 400 million years ago,
Instead of animals with limbs, we find prehistoric fish with fins. And that brings us to a great mystery of biology. How did we get from fish with fins to animals with arms and legs?
Yep.
Darwin boldly predicted that there must have been ancient animals, transitional forms that bridged
I
this
agree, Boom Shakalaka, yes.
gap. But what would such an animal look like? Would it have limbs, or fins, or both? Such a creature reflects a critical step in the origin of the human hand. I set out to find one.
Anywho, that's a wonderful series called Your Inner Fish, which I can't recommend highly enough. It's fantastic. There's a link to it there. But let's get back to our video here, talking about phylogeny and talking about this common ancestry. Oh goodness, who's calling me? Yeah. Let's continue.
Different arrangement, same hand-me-downs from a common ancestor. But if you put a bird and a dragonfly in there, you'd see that their wings aren't made from the same stuff. They have totally different evolutionary origins, and so wings between those organisms are not homologous structures. But it's not
convergent, yeah.
always that simple to determine how organisms are related.
Yeah, and getting back to our pandas like we were talking about earlier. I told you we'd come back to the pandas.
Giant pandas also share their basic arm bone structure with us, plus a thumb-like appendage. So you might look at a panda's paw and think, boom, samesies, we're close relatives. And while our thumbs do perform similar jobs, like firmly grasping snacks, our jointed thumb consists of several bones. A panda's thumb is actually a single wrist bone that evolved into a lengthened hook. So
Yep. So, like us, pandas also have 5 fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's their thumb. It's not really an opposable thumb. And the weird thing is when pandas, I don't know, there were evolutionary pressures for them to evolve some sort of a grasping mechanism. And they did that, and it worked out really well, but it wasn't a thumb. It's a weirdo wrist bone that sticks out of the side like that. So they're essentially like holding stuff with their wrist. There's like this bizarre projection that comes off their wrist like that. It's really weird and cool.
These are analogous traits. They look similar, but evolved independently. It's also why pandas can't play video games. So in addition to comparing physical similarities, biologists will use genetic similarities to construct phylogenies. This is based on the hypothesis that life runs on a roughly regular molecular clock, meaning DNA and protein sequences have evolved at a relatively constant rate over time. So theoretically, the more genetically different two species are, the more time has passed since their most recent common ancestor.
Yep, that's a really important point. So like, we can say that a house cat and a tiger are close relatives. And when we're saying that, we don't just mean that they look similar. What we mean is that they actually had a common ancestor not too long ago. That's why they look similar. But we don't say that they're related because they look similar. Does that make sense? Like, it's important not to get that backwards. A crab over here is also an animal, but you've got to go back way further in time to where a tiger and a crab have a recent common ancestor, you know? Yeah, and we can go back to here, for instance. Let's look up tiger, Panthera tigris over here. Yeah, and from them to domestic cat is just a short little leap right there. But to go from your cat and your tiger to, for instance, Dungeness crab, that's going to be much, much further. You got to go back way further than that to get to their common ancestor. Yeah. 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 So if we want to get to the common ancestor of Dungeness crab and mammals, Gotta go back way far in time. Right there. 560 million years ago is when they shared a common ancestor. That's why they look so different. They've been evolving in different directions for so long. Does that make sense? That's 560 million years ago is that common ancestor between the crab and the tiger. It's much more recent for the house cat and the tiger. They've not been evolving separately for very long. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Two species are, the more time has passed since their most recent common ancestor.
There you
Some
go.
models assume that the rate of change varies across time and organisms, but averages out to a fairly steady rhythm. Other models assume that the rate has evolved in step with other traits, like the rate at which an organism metabolizes its food. But either way, the point is we can compare apples and oranges.
And there you go,
genetically.
Legum Core.
Now,
Yes.
some genetic
Such a cool
differences
sight.
arise from natural selection, because they're traits that lend an advantage or disadvantage as an organism evolves. But others, they've arisen due to sheer random chance. Let's pay a visit to the theater.
Dino Dax says, what's the thought on everything will evolve into a crab? It's a misnomer. I don't know how this thing became so widespread on the internet, but it's among certain kinds of crustacean, they have a tendency to evolve into a crab shape. Yeah. There we go. So like all of these, I think only one of these is a true crab. Some of these are groups of lobsters or shrimpy guys or other kinds of crustaceans, and they've all evolved a similar morphology because it just works. You know, they've got similar environmental pressures that like kind of change them into the same thing. But you're still starting off with the basic body plan of a crustacean. You're still starting off with, what is it, 10 legs, antennae, chelicerae? What are they called? Mouth parts, you know. They're all evolving from a basic crustacean body plan. It's not like snakes are going to evolve into a crab shape, or whales or anything. No, it's already things that are pretty crabby end up looking even more crabby. Does that make sense? Yeah. You will not become a crab person, Dino Dax. Except maybe in the Always Sunny in Philadelphia sense. But yeah. So we've got a chance. I didn't mean in terms of temperament, Raycadactylus. I'm sure you've got a very becoming personality. I'm sure you're not crabby. You mean like lobsters are going to turn into crabs? Some of them already have, Crunchy Raccoon. So some of these that you're looking at are lobsters. Like, they come from a lobster ancestor. And they are, because they come from a lobster ancestor, they are still lobsters. They just look very much like a crab. Yeah. Yeah. Here, there's a video about that. We can take a brief detour, I suppose, and talk about that. There we go.
They turned into false crabs, crustaceans that were longer and had tails, with a body plan more like a shrimp or a lobster. And then, for some reason, these animals evolved into things that looked like crabs, independently, over and over again. They turned into false crabs, fake, imposters, I tell you. So why does this keep happening? What is it about the crab's form that makes it so evolutionarily successful? So successful that non-crabs are apparently jealous of it? Well, it might sound odd to say this about an animal with a shell, but the answer seems to be that it's all about flexibility.
Yeah.
Crab-like creatures date back to the late Devonian period, about 365 million years ago.
Long before the
And
dinosaurs.
they started with the first decapod crustaceans, like Paleontologizing. Decapods are named for their 10 feet, and their order includes things like shrimp, crayfish, lobsters, and crabs, both true and false. And Paleontologizing is the oldest lobster-like decapod ever found, and also one of the oldest decapods, period. It probably lived on the seafloor, like a modern lobster does, and may have had specialized feeding appendages for browsing around on soft seafloor mud. But then, around 260 million years ago, decapods split into two groups: the anomurans, or those false, fake, wannabe crabs, and the brachyurans, or true crabs, the crabs that aren't lying to you. The oldest undisputed true crab is Eoprosopon, a crustacean that lived 185 million years.
Anyway, you kind of get the idea. I'll give you a link to the video if you want to watch it in full. Bookmark it for later, open a new tab, whatever. But we've got important concepts to discuss in terms of phylogeny here And that's just kind of a tangent, so let's continue with this.
Of life. Even as a kid, Japanese biologist and geneticist Dr. Moto Kimura wasn't afraid of thinking differently. He was outspoken, brimming with questions, even when they rubbed his teachers the wrong way. So it's no surprise that Kimura went on to ask a really big question in 1968. What if evolution isn't entirely about survival of the fittest, but also survival of the lucky? Complex math led Kimura to suspect most genetic changes are random and neutral. They don't impact whether the organism does better or worse in their environment.
And you surely have some genetic mutations that are random or neutral. There are certain things like red hair or, well, I guess being able to digest lactose in adulthood could be a beneficial mutation. Not necessarily random or neutral. I was born without any wisdom teeth. Don't have them. You could say that's random or neutral, or you could say it's beneficial. I guess beneficiality is in the eye of the beholder. But, yeah. Every creature has mutations. Even clones have got some mutations, I think, that occur. I don't know if they're true mutations, but, like, errors in development and stuff like that. Like, no two organisms, even if they're genetically identical on paper, no two organisms are exactly the same in every way. And it's that variation that drives evolution.
He called this idea neutral theory and argued that sheer chance had a bigger effect on evolution than
And
natural
Snowball
selection. This
11, I
was
hope you had a good
very
time. You
different
sleep well,
from what
huh?
Charles Darwin had proposed.
And Jonathan says, I personally intentionally grew my red hair to stop my peers from trying to eat you. Really, it's like a warning coloration deal. Wow, awesome. That's pretty neat. You have to teach me how to do that.
Most biologists thought evolution worked, so it didn't go over well at first. But Kimura defended the idea with dogged determination, and by challenging one of Darwin's basic ideas.
Iconic Song says, I've got the mutation that makes cilantro taste like soap. Oh, boy. I think Liz Friedman Fowler has that, too. But yeah. Anyway.
Kimura refined our understanding of evolution. He showed us random chance does play a role so big that it's now typically assumed to be the reason for a genetic change, unless we have strong evidence for selection. He even won the Darwin Medal for his efforts, the first Asian biologist to receive the esteemed award. And one of his most vocal critics presented it to him with a smile. Because even when biologists don't agree on everything, we often delight in the discussion and in growing our knowledge of life.
Yeah, that's actually... Oh, man, another brief tangent. There's a lovely kind of apocryphal story about that. Yeah. This is from an evolutionary biologist. He's telling a story. There was an elderly professor in my department who had been passionately keen on a particular theory for, a number of years. And one day, an American visiting researcher, I guess I'll paraphrase her. In that department, like in a lot of academic departments, they have a tradition, part of the schedule, where visiting researchers will attend and give a lecture and get feedback, and it's a way that you kind of cross-pollinate ideas. It's, one of the ways that you move science forward is by discussing these things. So one day, an American visiting researcher came by, and in the course of his talk, utterly disproved our old man's hypothesis. This guy who had spent years on this particular idea was very passionately in favor of it. I think the idea in this particular case was that the Golgi apparatus in the cell was like a vestige and wasn't useful for anything. And this guy had been putting this idea forth for years and years and years. He'd built part of his career on it. Then this American shows up and just simply and elegantly shows that that idea is totally wrong. The old man strode to the front, shook his hand, and said, "My dear fellow, I wish to thank you, for I have been wrong these 15 years. and we all clapped our hands raw. That was the scientific ideal of somebody who had a lot invested, a lifetime almost invested in a theory, and he was rejoicing that he had been shown wrong and that scientific truth had been advanced. I think that's beautiful. That's what science is all about. You know, we might argue, we might debate things, we might have sometimes acrimonious disagreements, but at the end of the day, as scientists, we're all on the same team. We're all trying to figure out what's really true. We all want to learn how nature really works. So we're all allies in that. And anytime we're able to figure something out, that's cause for celebration. Presently, Patricor, thank you for the follow. And welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. But yeah. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. And you like that Simplic yeah. Yeah. And Snappin' Neuron says we just want the truth. Exactly. That's what we're after. And so that's why it's so cool that, a scientist here, one of his most vocal critics, presented him with the award.
Darwin Medal for his efforts, the first Asian biologist to receive the esteemed award. And one of his most vocal critics presented it to him with a smile. Because even when biologists don't agree on everything, we often delight in the discussion and in growing our knowledge of life.
Yeah. Lagomcore says, to be honest, being willing to accept that you've been wrong is the biggest thing I learned from enjoying paleontology. Yes. Because we're always discovering new things, always gathering new data, always testing old ideas, sometimes exploding old ideas through new fossil discoveries or new methods of analysis. Like, if I can accept that dinosaurs had feathers, I would also have to accept that some of them didn't. Yeah, that's the thing, is science is ever changing. We're always refining our understanding with new and better information. So you can't get particularly attached to any small idea in science, because it could turn out to get disproven. And you know what? If it is, cool. That means that we're learning something new. Yeah.
Biologists today still debate Kimura's ideas and apply them to inform their understanding of the phylogenies of different species. And these are often visualized with phylogenetic trees. These nifty diagrams were created way back in the middle of the 1800s and popularized by Charles Darwin.
I've seen multiple scientists who have this as a tattoo. It's not rare. This is from one of Darwin's notebooks. This is potentially the first time an evolutionary family tree of phylogeny was ever drawn. And so it's a powerful image. That's pretty cool. Yeah.
They represent hypotheses about organisms' ancestry, including how groups have diverged or grown apart, and who's most closely related to whom. Like, you might not expect a tiny canary and a toothy crocodile to have much in common.
Oh, but you'd be wrong. They're both archosaurs, and they neatly bracket dinosaurs, too. Crocodiles are like cousins to the dinosaurs, and birds are living dinosaurs. Yeah.
But there are lots of traits that connect them.
Yeah. They share a common ancestor back in the Triassic period. Here. A crocodile is more closely related to a canary than it is to a lizard. Like, by a significant margin. There we go. They're both archosaurs, which today, on this tree, Archosauria will just say birds and crocodilians, because those are the only two groups that are still around. All of the non-bird dinosaurs went extinct. But, 66 million years ago, this would say birds, dinosaurs, and crocodilians. And other groups of archosaurs too, potentially.
What are dinosaurs?
And Madgeburn Unicorn. Well, well, well. Sounds like you're in the right place. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Yeah. And Pumpkin Cake says, every time I watch your channel, I learn something new. Thanks for that. Thanks for being here, Pumpkin Cakes. Appreciate you saying that. Thank you for the kind words. Yeah. Yeah. These two critters, they might not seem super similar, but that's just because everything in between now is dead. Gone. So all of the, like, intermediates, you know? If you were to try and come up with, like, I don't know, a visual intermediate between these two, you might well come up with, something like this. You know, like Eutyrannus, which is an early tyrannosauroid with feathers. Can't you almost imagine that as like a cross between a bird and a croc? Because that's essentially, I don't know, getting a little too colloquial here, but that is kind of what dinosaurs were, you know? The ancestors of birds and the cousins of crocs. That's dinosaurs, baby, you know?
For starters, birds and crocs both have a 4-chambered heart. They also both build nests, keep their eggs warm, and sing. I mean, to be fair, a crocodile's song is more like a yell, but just like canaries, it uses its voice to croon to lovers and tell competitors, back off! And none of this is a coincidence. It's because birds and crocs are each other's closest living kin. And you can see this relationship illustrated on a phylogenetic tree. Evolutionary.
Yeah, good stuff. Oh, I love it. Yeah. And Ken says, just looks like a theropod to me. I know, Ken, but that's because you know these things really well. Trying to imagine, like, if I'd never seen them before, you know. Yeah. Anywho, this is what it's all about, everybody. Phylogeny. The reason why crocs and birds have got all those features in common is because they inherited that from their common ancestor. This gets into another idea, too, the EPB, the extant phylogenetic bracket. So we use this a lot when we're thinking about dinosaurs, if we're trying to figure out something about dinosaurs that doesn't fossilize readily. Like, a good example I like to bring up is, did dinosaurs have color vision? Could they see in color, or did they see in black and white like mammals? Well, it's unknown for dinosaurs, but birds today are living dinosaurs. We know that they see in color. Crocodiles today are like cousins to the dinosaurs. We know that they see in color. And so unless dinosaurs were doing something really weird evolutionarily,
this is it.
They could see in color too.
This is the horizon, which marks the extinction of the dinosaurs.
An actual education.
Below this level, and out in here, there are dinosaur fossils. Above this level, on these rocks, there are no dinosaur fossils. So I'm actually standing on the level that marks the extinction of the dinosaurs.
Actual education, thank you for the raid.
And their 9 raiders have stumbled below that level.
Really
Let's
appreciate
talk
it.
dinosaurs.
Welcome to Paleontologizing Actual Education. Welcome back, I should say, and how are you doing? And Bob, the 1 through 7 says, Raid, how are you doing, Bob? Welcome to the channel. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Let me know if you've got any questions. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm enjoying the air conditioning here in my office before I go back out to Utah in just a few days. I'll be back out there in the field very shortly. Just 8 days now. I'll be braving the blazing heat near Moab, Utah, digging up dinosaurs and live streaming it. So I hope you're as excited for that as I am. It's gonna be awesome. How was your stream, Actual Education? What were you talking about?
Let's protect our fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
And Tej222, thank you for the Prime. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the support. You won't have to watch any ads for the next 30 days. I'll be out there digging in Utah for like 2 weeks before you have to watch a single ad on this channel. Thank you for your support. And Max Carnage says hi from Brazil. hello from the beautiful San Francisco Bay Area. Hope you're doing well. Max and Carnage. It's good to have you. I'll be here for the next week. I actually leave a week from today. Which, yeah, I guess my plane will have landed in Utah exactly 1 week from now. And I'll be on my way out to the field again. And your hometown, Mother of Cats. Well, well, well. Wonderful. It's a good place to be from. Yeah. And Boom Shakalaka says, did you move out of your old office? The one from last year? Yes. I've since moved. And it's much better here. I've got air conditioning now, for one thing. Yeah. And I was out in Wyoming back then, actual education. Yeah, I'll be in Utah next.
Try blaming the dinosaurs.
Not sure what you're up to
Salamander.
tomorrow out. You've got a package waiting in your P.O. box, Paleo Dance.
I tried to go this morning, Salamander, and the post office wasn't open yet. I went on my way back from the gym today. Post office was still closed. I got there too early. I'll see if I can go tomorrow. Thank you, Salamander. I'm excited. Shoot, what could it be? Yeah. And, yeah. And Crunchy Raccoon says, so dinosaurs were warm-blooded or cold-blooded, according to what we know about birds and crocodiles? Ooh, we'll get to that. Good question. And Actual Education had a good stream, running through some practice SAT questions for kids taking it in the fall. Very cool, Actual Education. Oh, I remember the SATs. Oh, boy. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. Here, the EPB, the extant phylogenetic bracket, it's more of a framework or like a way to organize your thoughts more than it is something that's going to spit out answers for you, you know? So if we're trying to figure out if dinosaurs were warm-blooded or cold-blooded, we know that for birds and we know that for crocs. Birds are warm-blooded, crocs are cold-blooded, ectothermic, birds are endothermic. We know that birds evolved from dinosaurs, and so either birds independently evolved their warm-bloodedness, special, or they got it from their dinosaur ancestors. And there's still debate about this. We do know pretty much for a fact that some dinosaurs definitely were warm-blooded. And a recent study found that all dinosaurs were warm-blooded except for certain ornithischian dinosaurs, like, for instance, stegosaurs. And even elasmosaurs and other plesiosaurs, like on the left there, they would have been warm-blooded too, despite not being dinosaurs. But yeah. You can read more about that here. But I even kind of wonder about this. Like, ornithischians, their growth rates seem to show that they grew really, really quickly, which seems to be inconsistent with an animal that's ectothermic. An animal that's not taking in a lot of food with lower metabolic rates. So I don't know. I would lean more towards saying that most, if not all, dinosaurs were probably somewhere close to warm-blooded, if not, like, more warm-blooded than mammals. But there's still controversy about that, for sure. Anyway, dinosaurs are a really diverse group, morphologically. You know, so many different shapes and sizes for different dinosaurs that trying to say that, like, oh, all of them are warm-blooded or all of them are cold-blooded is a fool's errand, I would say. Yeah. And this is true, Ken. Yeah, both. You're talking about birds and crocs, right? Exceptionally derived. They're a lot different from what they were when they first diverged. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Crocodilians today are being ectothermic is very much a feature, not a bug for them. It allows them to go long periods of time without eating. It allows them to stalk prey in a very stealthy way because they don't have to come up and breathe every 10 seconds. Yeah. And likewise, non-avian dinosaurs had a huge, like a bunch of different body plans and different lifestyles, and maybe certain dinosaurs like stegosaurs were cold-blooded, ectothermic. We don't really know. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Oh, Inhalation Effect has got a wonderful question for us. If modern birds are considered dinosaurs, just how far would a descendant species have to diverge before it was no longer considered as such? Phenomenal question. And the answer is... how far away do you have to evolve from your ancestral stock to no longer be part of it? You can't. You belong to every clade that you have evolved from. That's how it works. We, as human beings, are fish. We are Sarcopterygian fish. I know that might seem counterintuitive, but yeah, you can't evolve out of a clade. A clade is a group of organisms that all share a common ancestor. So it's the ancestor and all of its descendants. So by definition, you can never evolve out of that, you know? That's why we as humans are hominids, are apes, are primates, are placental mammals, are vertebrates, and in between vertebrates and mammals, you've got Sarcopterygian fishes. Here, I'll show you. So we'll jump here from birds and crocodilians. Let's scoot further out. Sauropsids, amniotes, tetrapods. So tetrapods are all of these critters. Mammals like lemurs and possums. Reptiles like snakes and lizards and birds. And amphibians too, like the caecilian and this frog. They're all tetrapods. And tetrapods belong to a group called Dipnotetrapodomorpha, which also includes lungfishes. And lungfishes and tetrapods are all a kind of lobe-finned fish. Tetrapods are a kind of lobe-finned fish. Let me repeat it for those in the back. So yeah, you never leave that group. Does that make sense? Here, let's go a little bit further afield for a second, and well, no, maybe I'll save that for after. Let's continue with this video here, and then we'll take a look at another one about classification and about phylogeny. Oh yeah, anyhow, let's continue.
Generally speaking, crocs are closer to birds than they are to other reptiles like lizards or snakes. And whatever traits birds and crocodiles...
Simply astonishing. One of the most singular
and Tej
specimens I've
222.
encountered in all my
Thank you for the
distinguished
follow.
career. But enough about my work. What did you want to show me?
Tej, thanks for following.
I'll share.
Yeah. Oh, and Marazel Wiki says, wouldn't the better question be how far away from the beginning of the clade do you have to be before you are another clade? So clades nest into different groups. So you can never leave, like, you never leave any clade. So like birds and Saurischian dinosaurs are part of clade Dinosauria. Or no, sorry, they're part of clade Saurischia here, I guess. Because birds are Saurischians. Ornithischian dinosaurs link with Saurischia to form Dinosauria. And then dinosaurs and crocs form a group called Archosauria right here. So crocs are archosaurs. All of these guys are archosaurs. But then you move into more derived clades, and they become more and more exclusive. But you're always part of that bigger clade at the bottom. Does that make sense? Yeah. And Tej, a lot of dinosaurs had feathers, absolutely. Maybe all of them ancestrally, we're not sure. But we've got... it's like 70 plus species of dinosaur at this point have been found with fossil feathers. From Sinosauropteryx and is this Struthiomimus or Ornithomimus here? To I think this is Genhuanlong. Sinornithosaurus here. Microraptor, so many different dinosaurs where we've got preserved fossil feathers on them. Even Velociraptor, we now know, had feathers. Would have looked something like this in life. Pretty cool to think about. We have got like a fossil ulna, so one of the lower arm bones of a velociraptor with quill knobs on it. That shows that this animal had feathers all over its body, long, almost flight feathers on its arms, its wings. So yeah, but yeah. How much do you need to evolve for a new branch to form, Salamander? It's more that if there's a speciation event, then you have a nucleate being formed. But that nucleate is still nested within the underlying clade, too. Yeah. Anywho. And Graftark says, I was reading about a new hadrosaur found in Mississippi, I think. If it's Missouri, then I think I know the one you're talking about, Graftark. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Let's get back to our video.
It's likely that their most recent common ancestor and other descendants of it had those traits too, including dinosaurs. Now, we're probably not going to find fossilized dinosaur hearts or vocal recordings to confirm this, but we do have fossils of nest building, egg protecting, feathered dinos, and a pretty strong hypothesis. So let's learn to read one of these puppies. Take the phylogeny of the 8 species of bear.
Yeah, very nice. I wish Claire Burr were here. Yeah, all 8 species of bear that we have around today. We can look at it like this. It doesn't really... There's a certain, like, arbitrariness to how you draw these phylogenetic trees. You can arrange them however you want as long as you have brown bear and polar bear as part of a clade right here. You could stick them off to the side over here, whatever, but as long as, like, the relationships are intact, you can spin these around. Picture this as like a swivel right here. So you've got a swivel right here. You can just spin this around right there, and you could have sun bears and sloth bears on this side. It doesn't matter, as long as they're next to each other in a clade, and these guys are next to each other. Does that make sense? So, like, let's look these guys up on our Tree of Life. Go to bears over here. Ursidae. There we go. So what matters is panda bear is kind of off by its lonesome over here. It diverged first about 30 million years ago, right here. And then slightly less primitive is the Andean bear. And then you get Asiatic black bear, polar bear, and brown bear. We're over here, American black bear here. And it's like, picture this as a node that you can swivel around. You know, it's kind of the same deal.
Each line or branch represents a distinct lineage. Polar bears sit at the tip of this branch, and brown bears at the tip of this one. Their branches connect at this little joint, or node, representing their most recent shared ancestor.
Yeah, and if we look at this tree right here, their most recent shared ancestor was only 1.69 million years ago. Nice. And that means they can still interbreed. They diverged recently enough that they can still have offspring. Have you ever heard of like a Pisley or Growler bear? Yeah. So that is a hybrid of a brown bear, aka grizzly bear, and a polar bear. There's another one there too. They've not been separated for that long. They've only been evolving in different directions for less than 2 million years. So they can still, on occasion, have viable offspring, it seems. And I don't think they're sterile. I think they're capable of reproduction. But yeah. Yeah, it's literally a hybrid of a grizzly bear and a polar bear. Yeah, pretty neat, right? Yeah. And Wagner says 2 million years. I mean, it's less than 2 million. Molecular clocks show that it's only about 1.69 million years. But yeah. And the fossil record shows that, too. We don't have polar bears show up until after that point. And Red-Headed Stranger always under the impression that the brown bear was a black bear. So brown is actually grizzly. Yeah, so brown bear means grizzly bear. Ursus arctos. And then Ursus americanus is the black bear. Ursus maritimus, polar bear. Brown bear is Ursus arctos, aka grizzly. And then American black bear is Ursus americanus. Black bear is a misnomer too, because they can be black, they can be brown, they can be almost white, they can be blonde, they can have reddish hair. Black bear, I really wish we had a better common name for them. That's why we as scientists use these scientific names. Ursus americanus. Doesn't matter what language you speak, whether it's American English, whether it's Hungarian, whether it's Cantonese, whether it's Portuguese. Ursus americanus is how you say that if you're a scientist, no matter where you're from or what language you speak. So that's why we use these. Black bear, is confusing, but Ursus americanus, everyone knows what you're talking about. It's cool because you can look at scientific papers that are written in a totally different language. Like, let me see if I can find you. Here we go. I think it's Manchurosaurus is a good example of this. Did I spell that right? Nope, I'm not looking for the English translation. Here we go. So, this is in Cyrillics here, written in Russian. But all of the scientific names, like this, Trachodon here, that's written in, like the English alphabet. Ornithopoda, Hadrosauridae. Yeah, doesn't matter what language it's in. We use the English alphabet when we're using scientific names like that. Gripposaurus, Diclonius, Clausaurus, Hadrosauridae, yeah, etc. So yeah, that makes sense? Anywho, yeah. And halation effects is, I always thought that if two animals can breed and produce non-sterile offspring, that they were the same species by definition. No, it turns out that anytime we're trying to apply a hard and fast definition to species like that, we kind of fall on our faces. Just because species don't like to play by the rules of, like these neat boxes that we try and place them into. Grizzly bears and polar bears have been different species for a long time, but they're still pretty recently diverged, so they can still come together and produce viable offspring sometimes. Even though they don't typically do that. The thing you gotta understand is that nature is not... Well, it's not like a man-made thing, Nobody, sat down and created it. It's like... It's squishy and weird, and it does what it wants. It's nature. It's wild. So yeah, DNA's way too confusing, says Grey Jumbo. I mean, I prefer to think of it as wild and exciting, So, given another 5 million years, these guys won't be able to interbreed anymore if they continue to evolve in separate directions. But they're still kind of at the beginning stages of being new species, and so they can still come together and interbreed sometimes. You get further apart, a polar bear's not going to be able to interbreed with a tiger. They've been separate for way too long, The cats are, separated by bears by tens of millions of years. They've been separate for a long, long time. But very, very early on, when there was the ancestor of all the carnivorous mammals like that, you know, at the very beginning stages of that split, they could still interbreed, but it's been way too long for polar bears and tigers, you know? Yeah. Anywho. And Ken says, we are taught dumbed down biology because humans like simple answers. It's true. Yeah. Yeah. And Wheelbase says, so horses and donkeys diverged further back than grizzlies and polar bears? Maybe, Wheelbase. Let's look at that. Now, let's jump from bears here to horses. Let's just look at horse. Okay. Equus caballos. Hey, K Crew K. Welcome, welcome. There's the horse family. Donkeys right there. And Spiritus, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. So, horses and donkeys, I guess separated about 10 million years ago? Yeah. Equidae. Yeah. And it is not necessarily linear either. Different groups of organisms will evolve at different rates, and they'll have like different speeds of morphological and genetic change. And yeah, like we were talking about earlier today with the paddlefish and sturgeon, they've been separate for like 180 million years, and yet they can still interbreed under certain conditions. It's wild, but they're just a very slow evolving group of critters, and so they've not accumulated all that much genetic change in a way that horses and donkeys have. But even occasionally, I think horses and donkeys can have fertile offspring, but it's rare. So yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of gray areas. It's nature, you know. Nature is full of gray areas and squishy continuums and continuums, spectra like that. So many things in nature are just on a spectrum where like it's not a binary. True binaries are very rare in nature, it seems. But yeah. Anyway. But yeah, and Dreaming Truth, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. And Forbesy says, do we have a link to that awesome tree of life? You bet. Yeah. This is really cool stuff. Yeah, anyway, perissodactyls. We talked about them a few times this year when we had, was it National Rhino Day or World Rhino Day? World Tapir Day. I haven't done a horse day yet, but we'll see. Yeah. But yeah, good stuff. Anywho, back to our video here.
Think of that node as an ancient population of bears that were neither polar nor brown bear, but the latest ancestor of both species.
There you
We
go.
don't necessarily know exactly who they were or what they looked like, so they're not.
Sometimes we do, though. Sometimes with these groups, like, we can point to, on rare occasions, point to a fossil animal where it's like, yeah, that's the ancestor of all these guys. It does happen.
Pictured here, just represented by this little node. Brown bears and polar bears are what's considered sister taxa. That is, two descendants of a shared ancestor. And if we imagine slicing off their little chunk of the tree, we can think of them as a clade, a group including the ancestor and all of its descendants. Zoom out, and we can group organisms in broader clades. Like snipping at this node groups brown bears and polar bears with 4 other bears and their more distant common ancestor. And if we go back in time even further, we find a more distant ancestor, and we add spectacled bears to the mix. New clade alert, and still deeper in the past, giant pandas split away from the other bears, forming a weird little branch all their own. But they're still within that big bear clade by the name of Ursidae.
Yeah, and so, again, it looks like here, when you lay it out like this, but the layout is kind of arbitrary. So let's go back to bears here. Ursidae. Over here. And so here it's laid out left to right instead of right to left, with giant pandas over here, And then Andean bears, aka spectacled bears, same critter. Again, this is why we use genus and species and not these frustrating common names. Yeah. And then you get your Asiatic black bear, polar bear, brown bear, American black bear, sloth bear, and Malayan sun bear. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. And Dr. Morbius says, I thought pandas were related to raccoons. Red pandas are, and we used to think that giant pandas were too, until like the 80s or 90s, I think, when we could finally do like DNA analysis, and it turns out like, oh, no, giant panda actually is a true bear. It actually is a bear. Yeah. Anyway, we're going to go to red pandas. And they are closer to raccoons. Red panda. There we go. Yeah. So they're close to the raccoon clade here, Procyonidae. But they're just outside it. Red panda there. That makes sense? Yeah. They are, they're cool critters. I saw one on Twitter today earlier. Or I guess two on Twitter today. Where were they? Oh, what? Ugh. This is why I can't scroll through like TOS stuff just on in Twitter search. That website is... It's been murdered. Yeah. Anyway. Ugh, what a shame. Anyway, yeah. Back to our video.
Because they descended from the same bearish ancestor as the others. Giant pandas and red pandas, you might notice, go by a similar common name and sit near each other on our tree. But they're not each other's closest genetic relatives. The clue is the node nearest the red panda branch shared with raccoons. That's the most recent ancestor that red pandas share with another species. Phylogenetic trees like...
Well, yeah, and let's see. Dreaming Truth says, any species come from the Cretaceous period? None of these guys. During the Cretaceous, mammals, the ancestors of these guys... basically, you know, mostly looked like little insect-eating guys, shrew-like critters. PaleoStream did this illustration. This one being chased by a dinosaur there. Yeah. This is what many of the mammals looked like during the Age of Dinosaurs. They were invariably small. None of them were bigger than like... The very biggest ones were like 20 pounds. Pretty small critters. Yeah. Anywho. Oh. Hello, Mini Pie. Well, well, well. How are you doing? You've returned. Yeah. So, nearly all of the mammals lived during the Age of Dinosaurs were smaller than Mini Pie here. And the rare few of them that were bigger were only like maybe twice as big at the very biggest. Huh, Mini? Yeah. You probably would have loved to have chased a bunch of Mesozoic mammals, huh? Yeah, she's like, oh, they look so tasty. So tasty. Yeah. Yeah. There you go, Racadactylus, yeah. Yeah. And Artistic Simplicity, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. Size of badgers? Yeah, about the size of like an American badger, I guess. Crimson Carnotaurus, yeah. Yeah, that would be like, what is it? Repenomamus giganteus, I think. Was maybe about the size of a small bag of potatoes. I don't know. Yeah. Anyway, good to have you here, Mini Pie. Yeah, so much extra fur. This is going everywhere. Would you like some more treats? I know you didn't really go for that earlier, but do you want to try again? What do you think? Yeah? Let's see. Ooh. Oh, what's over here? Oh. Somebody's excited. Ooh. Yeah. Hey. You got 5 right there. Here. You go for him? What do you think? Ooh, crunch, crunch. Good stuff. How big is that in gerbils? I don't know, DM Wing. And what is this? Researchers work to identify 80 million-year-old dinosaur found in Mississippi. Ah. Interesting. Oh, that's pretty cool. Pieces and parts, but not a skeleton. We're still getting more of the specimen out. Some of the pieces are held privately, that's unfortunately. But some are held at the Mississippi Museum of Natural Science. Nice. Very cool. Well, I will have to look more into this. Ken, thanks for the link. Good stuff, yeah. Awesome. I know that back in the day, Jack Horner worked on a hadrosaur from Missouri. That might be Hypsibema? If I'm remembering correctly? Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Thanks for stopping by, Mini Pie. Yeah. What are you doing? Yeah. Oh, you were right, Graftark. You were right. Yeah. I'd never heard of dinosaurs coming out of Mississippi before, so that was pretty cool. Yeah. What are you looking at? You looking at the Dilophosaurus up here? It's pretty cool, isn't it, Mini Pie? Yeah. You admiring that? Oh, it's theropod glory? Theropodulus glory? Yeah. How do they further surferify a Beach Boys song? You know, that's... We try and find ways here on Paleontologizing. We're gonna knock my mouse off the desk with your tail, huh, Mini Pie? Yeah. What do you think? You thought it was a green screen? Boom shakalaka? I don't have green screen money. What are you talking about? This is all real stuff. Yeah. Here, Mini Pie, do you want to see my Victorian iguanodon? Here, take a look. Oh, she doesn't know if she likes that. She's like, I'm not sure about that. Oh, there she goes. Alright, I'll see you later, Mini Pie. There we go. Anywho, and I know dangerous buttons. I was making a joke about green screens. I know they're not gonna break the bank. You triggered her ancestral memory, says Nazoon. Yeah, there you go. Anyway, let's continue with our phylogeny discussion here.
The most recent ancestor that red pandas share with another species. Phylogenetic trees like this one can be drawn vertically, horizontally, or even diagonally. Like this tree shows evolutionary relationships among fish, frogs, lizards, mice, and humans, who all have a common ancestor way back when. But we humans share an ancestor with mice more recently than with fish. So you've got more to talk about with the rodents at the pet store than the goldfish. And that makes some sense. But it might come as a surprise that water-loving frogs are more closely related to people than they are to fish. And that's because frogs and fish's most recent shared ancestor lived longer ago than the shared ancestor of humans and frogs. And beyond telling us how...
Yeah. Graftark says, you don't need a green screen. You have a really cool office space. Thanks. Yeah. Yeah. And Omega Alphatron says, bro, your room is super cool. You have a dino skull and it looks like an Indiana Jones hat. So that's my hat that I wear in the field. So at least when it's not super hot out. I'll be wearing mostly a different hat when I'm out in Utah.
The moon does exist.
It's true, Marsh Maloney. Thank you for the follow.
And Katie and Bennett and Ken. So, yeah, it's going to be pretty chill today. If it's your first time watching, welcome to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I actually make my living doing science outreach full-time on Twitch. Normally that's back home in my office, you know, covering new paleontological discoveries, new publications in fossil science. Doing a lot of Q&A and interviews with other paleontologists and art.
It was a glorious day, Ken. It was indeed. Yeah.
It's summertime. And in summer, I'm out doing field work. So here we are in beautiful, windy Wyoming. And we're digging up a horned dinosaur here at the Ceratopsian site. We actually haven't found any bones in a few days, but hopefully, with any luck, we will today. Especially...
we didn't. Spoiler alert. How long have I had that hat? 16 years now, Game Over. I kid you not. I've had this hat for 16 years. Yeah, I got this a long time ago. Yeah. It's been with me every summer in the field since 2011. And many other adventures. Not expressly doing fieldwork too. But, yeah. Yeah. It's the wonderful thing about a leather hat. It's very durable. Yeah. There we go. But then when I'm out in Utah, I'll have a sun helmet instead that I'll be wearing because it's going to be much hotter. So I can show you a video from last summer in Utah.
In the summer.
There we go.
People in chat are saying. But, welcome to Paleontologizing, everybody. It's great to have you here. Hopefully you can hear me. Let me know if you can.
So it gets well over 100 degrees.
Excellent.
Out near Moab, Utah.
Yeah.
And so it pays to have
hello, everybody, and greetings.
A hat designed for a hotter climate.
Eastern Utah. Digging here in the Cedar Mountain Formation, the very, very beginning of the Cretaceous period. And we just got here last night. Started to set up camp. We finished setting up camp this morning, or mostly finished anyway. And we opened up the quarry
The extinction
today.
of dinosaurs is the absolute prerequisite to the evolution of large mammals and to our own existence, for that matter.
Grey Jumbo, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. You'll be here, I hope, when I'm out there in Utah in just a few days.
For such a treat. Yeah. Anyway, let me introduce myself real quick.
Yeah, you already know all this stuff. My name, everything else, my whole deal. Yeah. But yeah. What was the elevation? Up in Wyoming, it was about 7,000 feet? Between 6,600 and 7,000 feet? So like 2,200 meters? In Utah, it's going to be more like 4,500, I think. In fact, let me look. Okay, no. About 5,500, looks like. Yeah. 5,500 feet above sea level. And is khaki resistant to heat? You'd be surprised, Dreaming Truth, yeah. To a certain extent, it is. Yeah. And what's my favorite state or country to dig for fossils? I've only ever dug fossils in the United States so far. And I gotta say, probably Utah. Where I'm gonna be next week is one of my favorite places ever to dig fossils. Partly just because it's very chill, I think. Camp life is very chill there, and I don't have to be in charge to the extent that I would have to be sometimes in Wyoming. And Wyoming, things are a bit more, I don't know, there's more responsibility on my part. Utah feels like a vacation compared to that, when we're out down near Moab, Utah. Yeah, glorious lack of responsibility. Exactly, Ken. Yeah, I can just goof off the whole thing. I'm kidding. I'm not gonna. Yeah. Where's a bucket list location for a dig site? Oh, Graftark, Antarctica, Mongolia, Patagonia, Siberia, Alberta. I don't know. There's so many different places that I'd love to be able to do field work. For sure. Yeah. I am super excited for next week, Looney Rose. Absolutely. Yeah. India too, Lenina. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. Big bucket indeed. Oh yeah. Graftark. For certain. And I have only done digs above sea level. Yeah. No underwater excursions. No fieldwork in Death Valley. No. It's actually really rare to do fossil excavations underwater. Florida is one of the only places I know where that's kind of the norm. Because Florida is practically underwater anyway. Yeah. And you live in Alberta. Very cool, Redheaded Stranger. Awesome. One of the world's greatest places to find dinosaur fossils. Yeah. But yeah. But yeah, water dissolves a lot of minerals. It's true. There are... Here. Well, you know, I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole right now. We're going to continue with this video and continue talking about phylogenetics. Phylogeny. Because that's what I want to cover today.
Organisms are related.
Yeah.
Phylogeny can also help us answer cool questions like, where did feathers come from? We've seen traces of feather-like appendages on dinosaurs from the Cretaceous period, and scientists believe that the first feathers capable of sustaining flight developed on a dinosaur bird ancestor a little further along the evolutionary tree. But there's no hierarchy here, no ladder from primitive to advanced, no matter how far back in time we go. It's more like the deeper we look back at the phylogenetic tree of the bears, the more un-bear-like their ancestors were. Or maybe it's that bears became less bacteria-like. No judgment from me either way, because there's no top dog or bear in evolution, just many different ways of accomplishing survival. So phylogenetic trees
and I think it's wonderful that he made that point there, because I think that is a major misperception that a lot of people have about evolution, is that there's some march of progress or creatures just absolutely get better over time or something like that. And that's a total misperception. You know, organisms are always adapting and changing to local conditions while they're alive, you know? While they're reproducing. Like, certain offspring will survive better than others just depending on what the conditions are at the time. And those conditions change, and what used to be an advantage becomes a liability, or vice versa. So, yeah, it's not like there's some ideal that creatures are striving for. That's like a super old, outmoded idea. A real misperception is that, like, oh, well, all creatures want to evolve to be just like us because we as humans are perfect. No, that's not how it works. We're very good at certain things, but you know, you try and make a living like a crocodile does, going for weeks without food, and then launching yourself out of the water and grabbing the leg of a wildebeest and pulling it underneath and dismembering it and eating it, you're not going to do super well, you know? We're just not, we didn't evolve for that. Different creatures evolved under different circumstances to be well suited to different environments. So evolution is not about what's good or bad. It's about what works under certain circumstances, you know? So I like that he made that point.
Bacteria-like. No judgment from me either way, because there's no top dog or bear in evolution, just many different ways of accomplishing survival. So phylogenetic trees represent hypotheses about how those ways of living evolved, and they are regularly updated when scientists make new connections.
Yep.
Meanwhile, life, as always, is more complicated than we can ever truly capture. For example, these branches aren't as distinct as they seem. Some closely related branches can still interbreed, like those polar bears and brown bears that we met earlier. They've been known to mate in the wild, producing grizzly polar hybrids called pizzly or growler bears.
I saw these guys earlier.
Pretty good hunters, but not strong swimmers. We see similar evidence that many organisms change on a population level as a result of moving around and breeding with other populations, what's called gene flow. So it's not enough to think of life's branches as only splitting off from common ancestors, because the distinctions between branches are fuzzier than that. Branches can link back up again. Genes can also flow between species. So while we often do...
And Boom Shakalaka says, we built guns, we didn't need to evolve for that, arrows, etc., because we evolved so fast. It's not that we evolved fast, it's like, it is like somebody was saying earlier that culture is almost like a cheat code, you know? Where we can... Human beings are very good at adapting to our environment and changing circumstances. We can do that during our own lifetimes really well. We don't have to wait to evolve. Evolution, again, only happens between generations. Like, you're a little bit different from your parents, or a little bit different from your grandparents. That's evolution. It happens between generations. You know, from one generation to the next, offspring are a little bit different. That's evolution. What we do as human beings when we're making changes to ourselves or to our environment in order to be more comfortable, to get along better, to thrive, that's not evolution, that's adaptation. It's different from, like, true biological evolution, you know? Yeah. But yeah, our tech isn't evolution. Good point, Murph. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. 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 But yeah. And we do have a lot of adaptation. Adaptations and exaptations, too. Although, that's... Shoot, I don't want to go down that rabbit hole at the moment, but we'll talk about that another time. Yeah. But yeah.
Think of life's evolutionary history sort of like a tree. It's also like a network of streams, winding and meandering as species grow apart, but sometimes find their way back together again. Constructing the phylogenies of different species helps us make sense of Earth's big, ongoing extended family, with all of its weird and wonderful offshoots. It helps us trace connections between living things, comparing what they share and how they differ. And it helps us understand how all life evolved and visualize how deeply interconnected we are. In our next episode, we'll scope out a great view of the tree of life when we talk about biological diversity. I'll see you then. Peace. This
Pretty cool.
series was produced in collaboration with HHMI Biointeractive.
I'll give you a link.
Educator.
Yeah. It's such a good series. But now let's talk about, we have that question, can you evolve out of a clade? Like, where's that video? That's not it. I guess this is also from Crash Course. Is this the one that I'm looking for? There we go. Why humans may actually be fish, or fish don't exist? I really dislike that framing of it. Fish don't exist. Because they do. It's just that fish and vertebrate animal are essentially synonymous here. Take a look.
There's this funny story about beavers.
See you later,
In the
Looney Rose. Thanks for
1700s,
being
a
here.
Canadian bishop asked the Catholic Church if it was okay to eat beaver during Lent, a period of time when Catholics abstain from eating meat. But eating fish was okay. And look, beavers spend so much time in the water that they should totally count. And remarkably, the church agreed. Beavers, at least as far as it mattered during Lent, were fish. Well,
Which sounds ridiculous to start with, right? They might accidentally be correct here, but for completely the wrong reasons. You know? Beavers are fish. All mammals are fish. All tetrapods are fish. But if a beaver is a fish, then so is a horse and an elephant and a bat and a whale, you know? Yeah.
in most cases, people would probably say that beavers obviously should not count as fish. They have fur and live babies and breathe air, for instance. As for what science says, oh boy. See, the thing is, the answer is surprisingly complicated. Because beavers are not fish, but that might be because either we're all fish.
Ding, 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 yes. Fish kind of don't exist. I disagree with this just because it's like, what do you mean they don't exist? Like, fish as a clade is not necessarily like a useful clade to have. Just say vertebrate. That doesn't mean that it don't exist. I don't know. It's like when people say, oh, well, Brontosaurus didn't exist. It's like, no paleontologist would say that. It's just that maybe Brontosaurus is not a name that we should use for that particular animal because it's not helpful. That's really the whole argument about Brontosaurus, you know? Whether or not that particular genus name is valid. It's an argument about names. It's not an argument about whether or not the animal exists, you know? So again, it kind of irks me when people frame it like this. Yeah. Ungoy says there is no spoon. So yeah, it's not whether or not the spoon exists, it's whether or not you consider a spork to be a kind of spoon. You know? Maybe we're getting lost in these analogies.
Or fish kind of don't exist. In the end, this is going to be a story about
like that.
different ways of grouping animals together, why we use language the way that we do, and how evolution has made things kind of funny. For a long time, people grouped animals together by some common body plan or
Emily Brontosaurus. There you go, Pacheco.
Reptile or bird. This is good because it means we can talk about many different organisms at once without needing to name each one individually. This lets us make useful general statements like, it's fish tacos for lunch today. And this is
Yeah, and Boom Chakalaka. Either way, it's very confusing, so I've gotten to the point where I think no one knows. It's not that no one knows, it's that we're having arguments about the semantics, you know? Like, we do know. It's just, sometimes we have disagreements about how to properly communicate that information. You know? Yeah. A spork shared a common ancestor with the spoon and fork. See, Deathsaurus... But they don't evolve over time, though, so it's like, not the best analogy. Yeah. We are human beings that don't know anything is the point. I disagree with that 1,000,000%, Boom Shakalaka. There are an untold number of things that we don't know, but there's a lot that we've figured out, too. You know? I'm not going to throw the baby out with the bathwater and say, oh, well, because there's stuff that we don't know yet, that means that we've never learned anything about anything? Like, that's completely false. You know? Not to jump down your throat about this. I'm not trying to do that. But it's important to...
Oh, what time, oh, what fun.
And thank you, Blueberry Bean, for the 100 bits. Appreciate that.
Some bits for Tradoon Tuesday.
Thank you, Blueberry Bean. Appreciate that support. Thank you. Yeah. And Boom Shakalaka says, so 200 years from now, you don't think you'll be proven wrong? You're taking it the wrong way? As a scientist, you should know you will always be proved wrong someday or most of the time. No, that's the thing. That's how science works, is that we're always falsifying old ideas, but we're building upon what people before us have learned too. It's not like every time there's a new generation of scientists, we all start with a clean slate and have to completely come up with a new understanding of the universe. We're constantly refining ideas, but that doesn't negate what people found in the past that turned out to be true, or at least not as badly wrong as we had feared, you know? We're always standing on the shoulders of giants, in a sense, where we're building on the work of the people who came before us. That's why science is able to progress, is because some things that people found out in the past, like, it still holds true today. We've been able to confirm that with new evidence, you know? I guess that's my point. We're building on it. It's iterative. There you go, son of Austerlitz. I guess? Yeah. Yeah. Anywho. And Boom Shakalaka, well, theories is... I think there's a misperception there. We are agreeing, I think, but we're talking past one another. A theory in science means something very, very different from what it means in the common parlance, and we could talk about that later too if you want. I don't know if I want to get into that right now. But basically a theory in science is a massive accumulation of facts and explanations that all kind of form a framework. In the same sense that you've got, like, music theory and germ theory, and gravitational theory. Theory in that sense doesn't mean like, oh, I have a hunch that things fall down. No, it's like you've got all of these different observations and facts and studies and things that all kind of form this explanatory framework. It is like the most robust, strongest thing that we have in science is a scientific theory. I think hypothesis is what most people think of when they think of theory. Like, a hypothesis is a proposed explanation that might turn out to be, you know, robust, or it might fall apart with testing. But, yeah. Anyway. It's why calling it string theory bugs me, says Benzor. Yeah, because it's not really been demonstrated, right? Yeah. Anyway, and Lenina makes a good point there. Yeah. A theory and hypothesis are not the exact same, Arthur Byrne. They're definitely not. I guess we got to get into this. Let's talk about it. Yeah. Here we go. We can get into this briefly with Hank Green's doppelganger.
We need to get something straight. Evolution by natural selection is a theory. So is climate change. But people keep saying that like it's a bad thing. I get it. I understand your frustration. We're all searching for ultimate #truth, and complex, challenging ideas don't always fit nice and neatly in our brains. But what is truth? Are there different...
Good old Grank Keen. There you go, Mayor's face. He really is just like a... Yeah, they're not the same person, I promise. Yeah.
Nice and neatly in our brains. But what is truth? Are there different levels of truth? Are some truths truthier than others? Well, I don't know, but I do know this. Science is the absolute best tool we have for understanding how the universe works. And theory is not a four-letter word. If we're gonna trust science together, the least we can do is speak the same language. Words like fact, theory, hypothesis, and law mean something totally different to a scientist than the way they're used in everyday speech. So let's get them straight. Facts are really just observations about the world around us. And we observe things every day, like that it's bright outside when I look out the window. And we often develop explanations for those observations, like, okay, the sun is probably up. Congrats, we just developed a hypothesis.
Yep, So a hypothesis is just a proposed explanation for some observations. You know, and a hypothesis ideally should be falsifiable. You should be able to say, like, hey, this is how it would be wrong. The stronger a hypothesis is, the more ways that you have to potentially falsify it. And then if you continuously test it and then fail to falsify it, it might turn out to be true. And you get enough hypotheses together that fail to be falsified. You test them again and again, and they just hold up to all the tests, and it seems like they're true. Eventually, you can kind of build it into what we call a theory.
But a hypothesis isn't something you prove. It's something you test. So, let's walk outside. It's bright, the sun is up, hypothesis confirmed. Way to go! We did a science.
Hey, Moo Hoodles, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here, Moo. If anybody's not yet following Moo Hoodles, she does some wonderful science outreach here on Twitch, too, and you should really give her a follow, especially if you like astronomy and astrobiology. It's kind of her wheelhouse this year.
We often come up with multiple hypotheses to explain an observation. We just eliminate the ones that are wrong. What's left over is not a theory or a law or an ultimate truth. It's just a possible explanation for something, one that can lead us to new hypotheses, which may agree or disagree with the original one. It's a never-ending story, only without the big fluffy dragons.
That's so good.
When enough hypotheses have gotten the old scientific check mark, we can pile these all up and turn them into something greater, a theory. A theory is the way we know something works, based on the evidence we've collected and all the hypotheses that we've successfully put to the test. The best thing about a theory is that we can use it to make predictions, and not just about the way things are, but how they will be. You may have heard someone say something like, I have a theory about why cats purr. I think it's because they're actually tiny robots, and those are their gears. Well, that's not a theory. That's actually a hypothesis. It's something that could be tested, but don't try this at home. This cycle, taking facts...
Yeah, and there's another... Let's see. So we can find the clip in here, too. I think it was with Ken Miller talking about this, right? Kind of the difference between a theory and a hypothesis. Or maybe it was Kevin Padian. Shoot. Yeah. Might have been later on. I don't know if I'm going to find this in time. But it's just another explanation kind of with different wording, different examples. Difference between a hypothesis and a theory. Let's see. Find that here. But anyway, I hope the point has already mostly been made, but it'd be nice to have a neat little denouement here. Or a nice little cherry on the cake. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find it. Oh, is that it there? Let's see. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find it. Oh, it's it. Yes, here it is. Yeah. There we go.
In science.
I'm a professor of integrative biology.
Lawyers for the parents may have impressed the judge and reporters,
And I've often heard it said that theories are never proven, but they can fail to be falsified. Basically, well, I don't know. It depends on whether you're going by like a strict philosophical definition of proven. I mean, for all intents and purposes, germ theory of disease has been proven, gravitational theory has been proven, evolutionary theory has been proven, because we can observe these things actually happen. They make testable predictions, and then they pass, like, those predictions are proven right. They come to pass again and again and again. So, yeah, I don't know. For where the rubber actually meets the road, for like an everyday definition, like, yes, those ideas are proven. They've been demonstrated to be true. Yeah. Anyway, here we go.
But many in Dover wondered, why is evolution taught as fact if it's just...
But new facts change the theory, so we're back to hypothesis? No, because it doesn't really get to that point. Like, well, it's not like it ever gets downgraded. When you've got like different ideas that have graduated to the idea of theory, it's because they're already established. It's like they've already gone through all that testing. Whether it's the germ theory of disease, whether it's continental drift, whether it's, evolutionary theory, gravitational theory. Like, here, I'll play this clip, and I think that'll help explain this.
Just a theory.
Yeah.
Maybe Darwinism is the prevalent theory out there today, but it is a theory. It isn't a law of science. It isn't, a fact. It is a theory.
We just wanted alternative views talked about too. We weren't saying don't talk about Darwin. Talk about Darwin. It's a theory, but that's what it is. It's not Darwin's law. It's not Darwin's fact. It's Darwin's theory.
And it's completely wrong. And these people do not understand science, which this guy's about to explain. Arthur Burns says, Einstein had a lot of theories that have recently been proven wrong. No, it's that they're just maybe a little bit incomplete. Like relativity, Darwin's kind of like, banner idea has been, I'm not going to say proven correct, but everybody who's tested it in a rigorous way has failed to disprove it again and again and again. And they've been able to further refine it, add new details, add further explanations as to why it works, that kind of thing. So, yeah.
To say it's just a theory is really a bit insulting to science, because it holds, in science, a theory holds more weight than just a fact does.
Absolutely.
And here I think the term theory needs to be looked at in the way that scientists consider it. A theory is not something we think of in the middle of the night after too much coffee and not enough sleep. That's an idea. A theory in science means a large body of information that's withstood a lot of testing.
Yep.
It probably consists of a number of different hypotheses and many different lines of evidence. Gravitation is a theory that's unlikely to be falsified, even if we saw something fall up. It might make us wonder, but we try to figure out what was happening rather than immediately just dismiss gravitation.
Facts are just the minutiae of science. By themselves, they can be right or wrong. But a theory is something that's been tested and tested over and over again, built on, revised. It continues to be reworked and revised.
And so Gary and Kelly says, what is a law? We don't really have laws in biology, really. Laws are like a mathematical framework that kind of explains a theory. It's not like a theory graduates into a law. It doesn't work that way. A law is more of like, this is a mathematical explanation for something that, like, it always works out the same way, basically.
Dr. Miller, would you agree that Darwin's theory of evolution is not an absolute truth?
Well,
And this is kind of like what Joshua Colossus is saying right here. Nothing in physics is the truth. It's all just a model that explains a lot of stuff and allows correct predictions. You could say that, yeah. I don't know. I try not to be so absolutely rigid with my definition of like, oh, well, the only real truth is personal truth or something. Like, I'm not going to sit here and say that as a scientist. Like, things can be true or false. You can disprove them, or you can prove or disprove them within reasonable means, But yeah.
Do you agree that Darwin's theory of evolution is not an absolute truth?
Well, I certainly would, for the very simple reason that no theory in science, No theory is ever regarded as absolute truth. We don't regard atomic theory as truth. We don't regard the germ theory of disease as truth. We don't regard the theory of friction as truth. We regard all of these theories as well-supported, testable explanations that provide natural explanations for natural phenomena.
Should we regard Darwin's theory of evolution as tentative?
We should regard all scientific explanations as being tentative, and that includes the theory of evolution.
Science is about discovering the unknown, what we don't know. I don't focus on what we know as a scientist. I want to find new things that tell me about what I don't know.
As the plaintiffs testified, that quest to investigate the unknown has led to the discovery of some of the strongest evidence for evolution.
Anyway, yeah, I'll give you a link to this wonderful documentary here. We'll be watching this in full in September on the anniversary of the Kitzmiller versus Dover trial. But yeah. Anyway. And Dangerous Button says, as an example, the universal law of gravitation explains the math behind the theory of relativity. Theory of gravity, excuse me. Yeah, basically. I think that's my understanding, too. Not a physicist here. I want to emphasize that. But yeah. Anyway. But yeah. And halation effect, I think, makes a really good point here. In general, a scientific law doesn't try to explain the phenomenon it describes, while a theory does. There you go. A law is basically just like a mathematical... what would be the correct word for that? Mathematical construct? Mathematical proof? Mathematical... It's an entity within mathematics. Statement. There you go, Nenny. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Yeah. Anyway. Rambo says, I fully support the... I guess it would be hypothesis that donuts are tasty, but believe there still needs to be extensive testing. There you go, Rambo, yes. But in this case, theory would be... A theory it needs to have explanatory power. A theory is not a statement like, oh yes, donuts are tasty. It would be, if... This is a ridiculous example, but you could have an overall theory of baking, that provides explanatory power for why baking works and makes testable predictions.
They were terrible lizards.
And thank you, Quender Rush, for the 1,000 bits. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Good stuff. Thank you for your support. Appreciate that. Anyway. Let's get back to this. Talking about facts, hypotheses, theories, laws, etc.
Observations, thinking up possible explanations, testing those explanations, and then making predictions based upon them. That's what this whole science thing is about. Being a theory isn't a bad thing. It means that idea got the gold star, the blue ribbon, a big shiny trophy that says, countless experiments have shown that I am sufficient to explain all the observations that I encompass.
So there you go. Basically the highest ideal that the highest status that an idea can attain in science is that of theory. That is the creme de la creme. That is S tier. That is the very tippy top. Is theory.
These experiments have shown that I am sufficient to explain all the observations that I encompass.
So when you had somebody like, one of the intelligent design guys in the last video say, well, evolution, Darwin's just a theory. It's like, yeah, you don't understand what that means. That is the highest status that a scientific idea can attain.
Now, to see if you got this down, let's look at some examples. Fact, people get sick. I think we can all accept that. Hypothesis, people get sick because something gets in their body and starts doing bad things. Test each hypothesis, throw out the bad ones, and we're left with a framework that lets us understand why we get sick and make predictions. The germ theory of disease. Okay, let's try another. Evolution is a fact. We know that it happens, no doubt. But how does it happen? Evolution by natural selection is a theory. We've come up with thousands and thousands of hypotheses about it, tested them, thrown out the bad ones, and we developed a pretty darn good framework for predicting how living things change over time. So yeah, it's a theory. Stop saying it like a bad thing. Calling it a theory means it's passed the toughest tests that we can throw at it. And evolution has been tested maybe more than any other theory we know of.
Yep.
We should really call it the theory of the fact of evolution. What about something as fundamental as gravity? Is that a theory or is it a law? In science, a law is a detailed description, usually using math, of how something happens.
So, like we said, it's a mathematical statement. Again, thank you for that word earlier, whoever that was, clever person in the chat. Appreciate you.
The movement of gas molecules.
And Elias says a law is definitely true while a theory seems to be true. No, that's not right, Elias. So a law and a theory are like two different things. A law kind of requires like math, where it's like, this is how this works, or this is, it's not even how it works. Basically, a theory is an accumulation of different facts. It's a framework for explaining something. A law is not directly on the same plane. It's like, I don't know. It's usually involved with like physics or chemistry or something like that, where it's got like a mathematical explanation for it. But a law is not any truer than a theory is. Does that make sense? It's not like something can graduate from a theory into a law. That's not how it works. Not in biology, at least.
Fact of evolution. Yeah. What about something as fundamental as gravity? Is that a theory or is it a law? In science, a law is a detailed description, usually using math, of how something happens, like the movement of gas molecules related to temperature, or how mass and energy are always conserved. But a law doesn't tell us why something happens.
And Son of Austerlitz says derived from observation. So all of these things are derived from observation. Hypotheses are derived from observation. Big scientific theories are derived from observation. Scientific laws are derived from observation. They all are. Yeah. Yeah.
Gravity, as it turns out, is a law.
And a law is a theory given observation. That's not true, Quenderesh. Not outside of physics, that's not the case. No. So, like, nobody calls evolution a law, even though it is clearly demonstrably true and has been observed a million times. A law requires, I think, some kind of, like, simplicity to it. In simpler sciences like physics, where they can be described immediately by, you know, in mathematical language. And more complex sciences that have got more, you know, more variables, kind of a certain degree of subjectivity, things like biology or geology, you don't really have laws like that. Unless they're for really, really simple principles like the law of superposition. But yeah. Anyway.
Law and a theory. Newton's law of universal gravitation describes precisely how two objects will attract each other based on their masses and the distance between them, and gives us a nice formula we can use to figure it out.
Yep. So that law of universal gravitation also proved to be incomplete. It could be a law and be imperfect. That's also very important to emphasize too. So Newton's law of gravitation was incomplete, imperfect. You needed further insight from people like Einstein much later in time in order to be able to actually make sense of that a bit better. Yeah. It works at non-relativistic speeds. Exactly, Mary L. Yeah. But it wasn't wrong. Exactly. Yeah. That's a really, really important distinction to make. Something can be incomplete in science, and that doesn't make it bad, that doesn't make it incorrect, that doesn't make it wrong. It's just, we're kind of getting ever closer to that ever-receding point of truth, you know? We're making progress, we're learning new things, we know more today than we knew yesterday. Again and again and again, as time progresses, science advances. And yet every explanation will always be a little bit incomplete because the natural world is huge, and there's so much left to learn. We'll never know everything. But that doesn't mean that we should stop trying to learn. with each scientific advance that we make, with each new thing that we learn, we've got the capacity to improve life for ourselves, to improve our understanding of the universe. But we'll never know everything, you know? And in a way that's exciting, because we can always continue to learn. So yeah. Anyway.
Textbook law. But Newton's equation doesn't describe what is happening or why. To do that, we need a theory of gravity.
Yeah.
If I drop this, it'll fall. Law. I can mathematically describe how fast that apple and the Earth will accelerate toward one another based on their masses and distance. But why is it happening? Hypothesis. There's a force pulling on the apple, or maybe there's something about the universe and the way it's structured that makes massive things fall toward one another. Or maybe the apple is like magnetically attracted to Earth or something. Eliminate the bad ones and we're left with a theory. And thanks to Einstein, we've got a theory of gravity called general relativity. But once scientists stumbled upon quantum mechanics, they began to realize that Einstein's relativity didn't account for what was happening on the very smallest gravitational scales in the universe. General relativity is still great at describing the universe at the scale that we interact with it. But even the theory of gravity is incomplete. Does that mean we throw it out because it can't explain everything? No. I mean, if you get a flat tire on your car, you get a new car. If you change the tire, is your car a different car all of a sudden? All of these fit together to make the scientific machine. We're constantly adding and taking away parts, but it keeps on running just fine. It just means we've got more work to do to make Einstein's theory even more right. Science is never done. It's always changing, and this bothers some people. How can we trust it? How can something be strong and robust if it could be different tomorrow?
Well, that's because conditions are changing. We're always learning new things. This is something I've never quite understood. Like, well, how can we really trust science if it's always changing? It's like, it's changing because we're learning new things, you know? That's a strength, not a weakness. And that's super exciting, you know? Yeah. Triceratops makes a good point. They say words matter so much. I wish we had different words because theory is a guess in everyday speech, whereas it's an explanation system in science. Yeah. It's a framework for understanding. The shorthand that I use, like I used earlier, is to think about like music theory. It doesn't mean like, oh, I have a hunch that music exists, I guess. It's like, no. Music theory is about, it's a way of understanding music. Time signatures and scales, and different notes, and it's a way of like explaining and understanding music. That's music theory. In the same way that evolutionary theory, we're understanding how natural selection and sexual selection and mutation and, you know, cladogenesis and anagenesis, all these things fit together to explain how living things change over time. We know that they do. We can see that. But evolutionary theory gives it structure. It allows us to figure out the nuts and bolts. Like how music theory helps you understand the nuts and bolts of how music works. You know? Yeah. Anywho. But yeah. 6 p.m. there, Danny. Don't quit on us. What do you mean? I know this is a wrap-up song, but I'm not trying to wrap up here. It just showed up in the playlist. But yeah. Anywho. Or color theory. There you go, Salamander. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. But yeah. And that's why laws are avoided. I don't know enough about physics. Like, we don't really have laws in geology or biology or paleontology, really. If we do, they're small trivial things. Like, there's a law in geology. The law of superposition, which is stupid simple. It's just that the oldest stuff is usually on the bottom, because it was there first, and the newer stuff got stacked on top. Think about, like, you know, a pile of junk mail, usually the oldest stuff is at the bottom. You just kept piling more on it. That's a law in geology, where it's like, who even cares? I mean, it's important, but it's so trivial that, yeah. The law of original horizontality. There's another one, Ken. Yeah. That, like, when things... It's the most basic concepts in all of geology. I think it was, like, Hutton and Smith that first came up with this stuff. Like, superposition. Yeah. I guess it's more a principle of original horizontality. I'm not seeing... Yeah, law of superposition. Law of original horizontality. Okay, they do call it a law there. Law of lateral continuity, etc. These are like some of the most basic principles you can think of, but when geology was in its infancy, and people were still kind of coming around to the idea that rocks are natural things and weren't created by demons or ghosts or whatever. It's like, these are ideas that you have to lay down first and foremost if you want to be scientific about it. You know, if you want to think about things in a naturalistic kind of way. So yeah. Anywho. Yeah. But yeah, that's what I meant by superposition. Is the younger layers of rock sit atop the older layers. Oldest stuff's at the bottom. Superposition. That's what that means. Yeah. Anyway. Marlou Red says, rocks were created by the Great Pumpkin to troll Charlie Brown. You know, that's one idea, Marlou Red. How would you test that hypothesis, I wonder? Maybe you could find the most sincere pumpkin patch in the land and stay in it overnight. Wait for the Great Pumpkin to appear. But yeah. And there are different types of hypotheses. And there you go, Triceratops. Yeah, that's true too. Yeah. And Lenina says, I've seen a geologist demonstrate how lava flows can disrupt that. Yeah, Lenina. There are a few things that do get mixed up. In superposition, if the rocks get flipped, and occasionally they do get flipped, if you've got like a mountain building event, orogeny occurs, and stuff gets flipped over, you could have the oldest stuff on top. But you'll usually see indication of that in the rocks. There's different ways that you can examine them that kind of point that that's happening. Anyway, back to science now.
Scientific machine. We're constantly adding and taking away parts, but it keeps on running just fine. It just means we've got more work to do to make Einstein's theory even more right.
Yeah.
Science is never done. It's always changing, and this bothers some people. How can we trust it? How can something be strong and robust if it could be different tomorrow? The goal of science is to devise frameworks that describe how things work, to truly understand why things are the way they are right now, so that we can know how things will be in the future. And if we can learn to trust science in all of its fuzziness and incompleteness, I predict.
And even that phrase kind of irks me a little bit. Trust science almost sounds pretentious or like, I don't know. I feel like understand science is a better way to put it. It sounds less presumptuous.
That future is going to be very bright.
Yeah, exactly. Like science isn't a religion. Exactly,
Stay
Lenina.
curious.
Yeah. Yeah. And Boom Shakalaka. I've never seen the Devil's Backbone, but that structure in Colorado. But we've got similar ones like that in different places where I've worked in the past, for sure. Yeah.
Astonishing. Simply astonishing. One
And
of the
Drew
most
Gray,
singular
thanks for the
specimens
follow.
I've encountered
Welcome.
in all my distinguished career. But enough about my work. What did you want to show me, Lisa?
I appreciate your follow, Drew Gray. Anyway. Back to the real Hank Green here. What's the other guy's name? Sorry, I should know this. Yeah, who is the other guy? No, that's a different guy. Joe Hansen. Thank you, Dr. Hubbs. There we go. They really are, like, remarkably similar looking. That's kind of nuts. And that's not... Well, that other guy was Hank's brother? These guys are not brothers, though. Yeah. These guys are not the same person. No.
Lets us make useful general statements like, it's fish tacos for lunch today. And this is generally how science worked too. But over the years, as we learned more about evolution, it became clear that this old way of talking wouldn't work as well.
And Heimdall says the problem with science, well, let's hear about this, is that much of it is subsidized by capital with certain interests that have money to support some crazy theory that is invested and who puts up the money. So what you're talking about is usually the interests that are arrayed against science, aka intelligent design, or, excuse me, e.g. intelligent design, for example, stuff like that. Science without financial support is complicated and generally pays for it because it has little interest in scientific knowledge, but rather corporate or individual interests. So, Heimdall, what you're... Bad science, yeah, can certainly be propped up by nefarious actors, you know, interests of capital, stuff like that. But that's kind of the whole point of science, is to avoid that, you know? As scientists, we're out to find out what's actually true. And sometimes that means that we don't get funded, you know? I'm a working scientist who is funded entirely through these broadcasts on Twitch. This is how I make my living, you know? Paleontology in general doesn't have strong, like, military applications. So it tends not to get funded through corporate interests or governments. We as paleontologists are always looking for ways to support ourselves. Because fossil science isn't really the kind of discipline that's going to allow you to vaporize enemy combatants thousands of miles away or anything like that, you know? Yeah. And that is a good point. NSF grants do hold people, or they're supposed to hold people accountable for doing appropriate science. Exactly. There's checks and balances that are kind of built into the system that should hopefully make sure that scientists are doing good work. Some stuff that is corporate funded can be a little iffy sometimes, but I kind of struggle to come up with any examples because that's so far removed from my own particular field. Paleontology, you know, we don't see that kind of money in the first place, you know? Yeah. We can't militarize dromaeosaurs? Not yet, Crimson Carnotaurus. They're a little too dead. But yeah. And Rhacodactylus, who would know about this far more than I would. Retractions are an increasingly important tool scientists should be advocating for as a mechanism of self-correction. Yeah, I mean, they're becoming increasingly prevalent, it seems. But yeah. Anyway. And Gary and Kelly says you don't have to pay for science, you just have to think scientifically. I mean, but you gotta eat, though. Fortunately, that's the world that we live in, and that, like, people need money to live. So, you know, science does cost money in a certain sense, and that, like, scientists need to consume calories and they need shelter to a certain extent. You know, I sleep in a tent for 3 months out of every year, but yeah. Anyway, And corporate funding, no peer review. Yeah, Jim. Jim, how are you doing? It's good to see you. Oh, man, I'm so excited to be out in the field with you again soon, Jim. But yeah. And Ben Goldacre's But Bad Science is well worth a read. Let me check that out. Anyway, we're going to get back to... Interesting. It's like a popular book. Cool. Anyway, back to laying some groundwork for some future discussions here, since we've got a bunch of new people watching. Let's get back to talking a little bit about phylogeny and about classification of living things and how we as scientists classify living things, sometimes in a different way that, like, people do in common parlance. You know? Send you a slide stack as JPEGs. I got that, Jim. Yeah, I'm excited to look at it.
There were too many exceptions.
Dinosaurs are kind of funny. I mean, you know.
Wave Drummer, thank you for the follow.
Talk about many different organisms at once without needing to name each one individually. This lets us make useful general statements like, it's fish tacos for lunch today. And this is generally how science worked too. But over the years, as we learned more about evolution, it became clear that this old way of talking wouldn't work as well. There were too many exceptions, too many groups of things that seemed similar but weren't when you looked under the hood. Instead, we developed a new, more scientific way of grouping animals together called cladistics. In this approach, we sort...
And Wave Drummer, hey. Thank you for the follow. I'm glad you're here. Let me know if you got any questions.
Living things into groups, or clades, that reflect their evolutionary history and how closely related they are.
So again, a clade is a group of living things that all share a common ancestor. So it's the ancestor and all of its descendants. That's a clade. So it's like a proper evolutionary group. They're all related to one another.
A couple of different ways to do this precisely, but a good example might be to say that rather than trying to define primates by things like opposable thumbs or big brains, instead, we would say the group of animals known as primates includes all species that are descended from the most recent common ancestor of humans, apes, and lemurs. That's a bit of a mouthful, but defining things this way is actually really useful for biologists. It gives us a way to make predictions, for instance. Like if two different species are grouped very closely together, we can predict that their genomes must be relatively similar. This runs into funny situations, though, like, again, the question of whether beavers should count as fish. Let's take, for example, the evolutionary history of a very definitely a fish, like a goldfish. Its early ancestors were some of the first vertebrates. Unlike their close, more worm-like cousins lancelets, they had a backbone, which let them swim more powerfully. As time went on, this group split. Some, which would become the ancestors of hagfish and lamprey, stayed roughly how they were, but the group that led to goldfish would go on to develop powerful jaws. Over time, more groups split off as more characteristics evolved. Sharks and rays split off, while the goldfish's ancestors got bony skeletons.
And here, while we're talking about this, let's jump to these guys. Let's go to vertebrates. So you can see this in action, too, on our grand tree of life. We've got vertebrates right here, so creatures that have evolved a notochord, and usually like bones, too. Although that's not true in all cases, necessarily. You got your jawless vertebrates, like he said, hagfish and lampreys. Cyclostomata right here. They branch off pretty early. We call this a basal clade. They're early diverging. Then you get your vertebrates with jaws. Gnathostomes. And then you get your cartilaginous fishes right here. So these are sharks and rays and chimeras and their relatives. They've got bony skeletons that are made out of cartilage. And then you get to your bony vertebrates. Bony skeletons made out of bony bone. Utiliostomes. And then you get your ray-finned fish and your lobe-finned fish, which includes us tetrapods. Yeah. So yeah. That's what he was talking about here. In this whole group. This whole segment here. But yeah, and bone is... in early verts is lost many times. Yeah. So I think the ancestors of lampreys and hagfish, the cyclostomes, they secondarily lost their bones, right? Yeah. But yeah, it's not so easy to deal with the human thing, says Heimdall. We are covered in fat like seals, but not monkeys. No, our arrangement of fat's much more similar to seals than it is to monkeys than it is to seals. And Hogan, thank you for the raid. It's good to have you here. Welcome, welcome. Hogan, how did your stream go? I hope it was really good.
Hogan 600.
Welcome back to Paleontologizing.
Sound for their 3 listeners.
I hope your stream was a good one. And let's see. And Heimdall, this isn't like an aquatic ape hypothesis thing, is it? That old canard? Because we've got a pretty solid understanding of how human beings first evolved. And it certainly didn't go through like an aquatic primate stage. We would have fossils of that. And these don't exist. But yeah, blubber and human fat are very different. It's true, Boganek, yeah. Anyway. Phil says the aliens took the fossils. Oh yeah, I'm sure. But yeah. Oh, and very nice, Hogan. Stream from home had cats helping you build some cat trees. I wish the cats here would help me with stuff, rather than just knocking it over or sitting on it. That's pretty cool, Hogan. That's pretty cool. Let's
hagfish and lamprey stayed roughly how they were, but the group that led to goldfish would go on to develop powerful jaws.
Yeah,
over time, more groups split off as more characteristics evolved. Sharks and rays split off, while the goldfish's ancestors got bony skeletons.
There you
In
go,
another
relation
split,
effect, yeah.
lobe-finned fishes diverged. These are the ancestors of fish with thick, fleshy, paired fins for limbs, like coelacanths and lungfish. Meanwhile, our goldfish's ancestors went on to develop fins made of bony spines connected by skin. Eventually, we arrive at today and the familiar goldfish. So far, so good, and everything we mentioned so far would be in the category of what most people would call a fish. But it turns out, the beaver's evolutionary story is largely the same. Beavers share the same vertebrate ancestor as goldfish, and their ancestors also watched hagfish and sharks split off.
Yep, and we can see that right here. So, if we start off with the vertebrates, right there. Jawless vertebrates split off there. We're trying to get to beavers here. Get to your jawed vertebrates. And then the cartilaginous fishes split off right there. Again, we're trying to get to beavers. Get to the bony vertebrates. Utilistones. But then, that's where the split occurs. In order to get to goldfish, you gotta go down here to the ray-finned fishes. To get to beavers, you have to go to the lobe-finned fishes, including tetrapods. Lungfishes and tetrapods. Tetrapods, amniotes, and therapsids. Mammals. Synapsids and then therapsids. Yeah. And beavers are up here within Rodentia. Castor canadensis is the American beaver everybody knows and loves. But yeah. Anyway. Yeah. But yeah. Heimdall says, we did not come from the monkey, we came from a common rat from which they come from anthropoids. So, common ancestor of... So, humans and monkeys share a common ancestor, but you're correct in that we did not evolve directly from monkeys. Yeah. Darwin's problem is that until we find the group of fossils that demonstrate this jump from rat to So nobody says we evolved from rats, Heimdall. Darwin didn't claim that either. Yeah. We know where humans came from on the mammal family tree. It's sort of close to rodents, but it's primates instead. So rodents and primates share a common ancestor. Let's go to that. Euarchontoglires, I believe is the name of that clade. Euarchontoglires, the rodents, primates, and more. Sounds like a store that you'd shop at. No? rodents, primates, and more. For all your squeaky mammal needs. So, Euarchonta are the primates and their relatives right here. They're different from Glyres, which is rodents and rabbits. So, basically, humans and rats last shared a common ancestor about 75 million years ago. Before rats evolved. So this is before the evolution of rodents. No one, I don't think anybody's seriously claimed ever that humans evolved from rodents. So yeah. Anyway. Euarchonta? Yeah, Euarchonta Glyres. Euarchonta is the name of that clade. I don't know what it means. It's the true Archontans. I don't know what Archonta means. But you generally means true in Latin or Greek or Latinized Greek or... I don't know. Yeah. Anywho. But yeah. And we are Conta, if you want to say so, Gary and Kellis, yeah. You are Conta. What's the etymology for this clade? The name means true rulers. Well, that's pretentious. Goodness. And holy cow, Sculpin, thank you kindly for those 10 gift subs. I really appreciate that. Holy moly.
It's the last time I'll play with a dinosaur. Dinosaurs.
That is wonderful, Sculpin.
One just gifted 20 subs.
There are 20 people in the chat who won't have to watch any ads in the next month. I'm going to be out in Utah digging for like 2 weeks before any of those folks have to see a single ad here. Thank you, Sculpin, for your generosity. I appreciate it. That is wonderful. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. Sculpin says somebody said ads. No more, let's hope. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And Spartan, 20 additional subs right there. Holy cow, Spartan, I really appreciate that. Phenomenal.
So Spartan Zero just gifted.
That is spectacular. Thank you, Spartan. Fantastic.
Let's protect our fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
And Noob Almost, thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate that. It's 20 more people. Well, 21 counting Noob Almost, who won't have to watch any ads till I'm already in the field. I can't wait. Jim, you're going to be out in the field with us after like the first week, right? So excited to see you, Jim. It's going to be great. I've been looking forward to that. Yeah. Oh, and Heimdall, no worries. Yeah. I apologize because my English is very bad. Your English is fine, Heimdall. Whatever you're doing is working. Thank you for being here, and thank you for your input. I appreciate it. It's good to have discussions like this. And Jim, the 19th. Excellent.
Hogan 698 gifted a tier 1 sub to Unreal 00B.
Thank you, Hogan. I appreciate that. And look at this. Holy moly. Another 20 from Sculpin. It's like an arms race, but for subscriptions. Thank you, Sculpin. Fantastic. I appreciate that very much, Sculpin. Thank you, thank you. Holy cow.
Try blading the dinosaurs.
Choo choo.
Thank you. And thank you, Risa Degu, for the 100 bits there. Appreciate that. Yeah. Good stuff. When did dinosaurs football? That was from I think the bonus features or it was like the making of part of a BBC documentary called Allosaurus, the Ballad of Big Al. Anyway, 10Zs and 20Zs. Yeah, Golgan, can you believe it? Yeah. Yeah, good stuff. Thank you, Sculpin. Fantastic. We're working on a level 7 hype train here, too. Fantastic. Beautiful. Now, Jim was saying something earlier, and Jim, I'm excited. The 19th he'll be out. That's like just a few days after we get to the field. I can't wait. And Jim says, we plus apes and etc. share with the old world monkeys 3 molars and 2 premolars, whereas the new world monkeys have 3 and 3. Yeah, we can actually see that in our... Here, if we go to primates...
Dinosaurs lived a long time ago. They were terrible lizards, don't you know?
Rambo. Thank you for those 1,500 bits. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Appreciate your support, Rambo. Thank you kindly. Yeah, old world monkeys and apes. So this is... We're part of this, yeah, apes. 25 million years ago. Oh, I guess it would be 40 million years ago was the split between the old world and the new world monkeys and apes. And so that's certainly enough time to lose some premolars in the process. Anyway. And halation effect. Are you aware of Johnny Cash's dinosaur song? I kid you not. The Man in Black himself had a song about dinosaurs off his 1975 children's album. But yeah. And Ken says Jim will get out there before I do. Yeah, Ken, you're right, huh?
But the paleontologist field isn't narrow to what we understand. On the contrary, we stretch our understanding to try and take in the universe.
Joanne Firewolf, thank you for the follow. Welcome. And that dude, thank you for the follow as well. That dude 700. Appreciate you following. Welcome to Paleontologizing. But yeah, good stuff. All 3 Dino Tracks CDs. What is that, Jim? Dino Tracks. Huh. It's funny, I wish I had enough space in my...
Let's protect our fossils.
My bag to bring some books,
if they're
Jim.
removed, America loses them. Forever.
Caldrax, thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate that. Thank you, Caldrax. Still working on the section. We've got a minute left to try and get to a level 7 here. Yeah. But Jim, last night before I went to bed, I was pouring through these books. Here. There we go. Geological Timescale 2020. Dangerous Buttons, thank you for those gift subs. I don't know why the alert thing is acting up. But thank you for that, Dangerous Buttons. 5 gift subs. Fantastic. Thank you. Jim, I had so many questions about the ammonites and stuff, the different ammonite zones, and like the beginning of the Cretaceous period, it seems to be so poorly defined. Like there's no like universal marker for that. Just fascinating stuff. I'm really looking forward to talking with you about that. Yeah, because that is what I do. I know. Stratigrapher by trade, as you always say. And Heptacular Raptor, thank you for the 21 months of support. I appreciate that.
Paleo Dance, thank you. All Paleo
Thank you,
Dance.
Heptacular Raptor. Jim, I wish I had these as PDFs so I could just... These are hefty. And I'm only allowed 1 small rucksack on the plane. I don't even get a proper carry-on item. I would bring this so I could just look through it with you and ask a bunch of questions, but... I don't know. Maybe another time. But, yeah, anywho. Let me put these back. What are you doing, Mini Pie? Oh, using the scratch and post? Good for you. The 2012 PDFs, nice, Jim. Okay. I'm gonna have to write some questions down for you and stuff, because I'm fascinated by this. A lot of this stuff's new to me. Oh, and hello, Mini Pie. Anyway, we'll get back to our video in a minute here. But, this is your third appearance today, Mini Pie. You just want all the attention, don't you? There we go. Felinus interruptus. There you go, Squiggles to Gabo, yeah. Although, Felis catus is the actual binomial for, here. Felis catus, domestic cat. Outside of Uarchontoglira, up in Carnivora, within Feliformes, we have the domestic cat, Felis catus, right there. Closest relative is the wild cat. Anyway. Good stuff. But yeah, Neverwinter says, I wish there were a standardized global timescale, but that's a pipe dream. No, I mean, there are different working groups that meet every year to make that a reality. We're still working on it. It's an ongoing process, which was why the International Chronostratigraphic Chart changes all the time. We're always coming up with more precise dates for the starts and ends of these different stages and time periods and eras. That's how it goes. Some of these are defined by radiometric dates. Some of them are by like paleomagnetism, reversals and normal periods of paleomag. You get different ammonites, belemnites, critters like that evolve and go extinct, and you can use them to kind of date the rocks as well. And there's kind of a whole framework that's we're constantly working on. When I say we, I mean stratigraphers and paleontologists and geologists. Yeah. Refined continuously, exactly, Jim, which is why it always needs to be revised. I've got a big, beautiful printed poster of the International Chronostratigraphic Chart, but it dates back to 2018, and some of those dates are slightly different now. They've been refined a little bit. And so, just like everything in science, or I guess just like science in general, I should say. When I say everything in science, I might confuse people. But science in general changes, gets refined. We've got better understanding of things with new data, new evidence that's uncovered, with new analyses that we came up with for studying things in greater detail, for understanding them in a more detailed way. And do we have a good idea of what the common ancestor of all modern cats looked like? Halation effect? I'm not sure. Speaking of cats, let's go back to the node that includes all of our modern cats. There's the base of this clade. Cats. 13.9 million years ago. That's actually more recent than I would think. I don't know what the ancestor of all cats is thought to have looked like. I don't know. But I do know that cat-like mammals are not a new thing. They were mammals that you would consider cat-like that evolved before the first cats did. And you get things like nimravids and critters like that are not true cats, but still look very cat-like. Yeah. Yeah. And Jim says, I first ID'd the tsunami from Impact. Yeah, we're gonna have to have you tell that story on stream, Jim. That is gonna be awesome. Near the Brazos River, right? Do I have that right? Yeah. Elephant-sized tabby. No, Noob almost... If anything, the ancestral cat was probably on the small side for today's cats. Yeah. Oh, Thylacospilus is an example of a stem marsupial that's not even It's not related to cats at all. It's more closely related to opossums. Thylaca smilis is, yeah, it is a good example of something that looks cat-like, but is nowhere close to cats. Yeah. What a weird, cool critter. Thylaca smilis and these other guys like that. Yeah. Not a cat. Not a cat at all. It's a marsupial, or a marsupial relative. It might be a stem marsupial, rather than a true crown group marsupial. But yeah. Anyway. And presently Petrichor says embrace the void. Yeah. Mini Pie is, oh, look at you. I like how your pupils get bigger and smaller depending on what you're thinking and feeling and where you're looking, Mini Pie. Yeah. What's that over there? What do you see? What do you see? What's all that? Anyway, let's get back to that video we were looking at. There we go.
As lobed-finned fish split off, some of them, a group called tetrapods, used their fleshy limbs to haul themselves onto land, eventually.
Yeah. Oh, from Kurdos, this is the second time I've gotten this question today, and I've got a ready answer for it as a paleontologist. What came first, the chicken or the egg? Definitely the egg. Critters have been laying eggs for probably 1 billion years before chickens ever evolved. Chickens are pretty new in the grand scheme of things. They've been around for what? Maybe a couple million years? The red jungle fowl, which is like the ancestor of the domestic chicken, they date back to when? Red jungle fowl. There we go. There we go. Yeah. So they and the green jungle fowl diverged about 1.22 million years ago during the Quaternary. That's like last Thursday, geologically speaking. That's super recent. So yeah, eggs predate chickens by, I'd say, about 1 billion years. Something like that. Yeah. Anyway, welcome, Kratos. And, Dana Halthea says, hi, I'm from the Philippines. Hello from the beautiful, sunny San Francisco Bay Area. Good to have you. I'll be out in Utah before you know it, doing field work, digging up more dinosaurs and all that good stuff. Very soon. Yeah. And Jim says, Troodont eggs are nearly indistinguishable from bird eggs. Yeah, shoot, they have been misidentified as bird eggs on some occasions, right? Yeah. Anyway.
Tradoon.
Cool stuff. But yeah. Anyway, let's
eventually giving rise to early
finish out this video, huh?
And eventually to our beaver friends. And of course, we humans are in there too, in the tetrapod group, along with every other tetrapod, like frogs and alligators, snakes, birds, and horses. If you zoom out, the tetrapod branch is just one nestled among a bunch of different fishy clades. So back to the question, are beavers fish? Remember that in the cladistic approach, for a definition to be useful, we want to include everything that is descended from a common ancestor so that we can make predictions
the answer is yes,
about who
they are
is related
fish.
to whom on an evolutionary
All
scale.
vertebrates are.
So this means that if we want to be able to say that sharks, hagfish, and goldfish are all fish, we kind of have 3 options. 1, animals like humans and beavers are fish. 2, you have to carve out some ridiculous definition, like fish would be any organism that is descended from the most recent common ancestor of both hagfish and goldfish, except for the subset of that group that is descended from the most recent common ancestor of frogs and beavers, which is awkward, but it also kind of defeats the purpose of
You could also just say non-tetrapod fish. It'd be equally ridiculous, but less wordy.
Or 3, fish as a scientific category, don't exist. So, in the end, are we fish? Well, we are all vertebrates, and there are smaller categories like ray-finned fish or sharks and rays, but there is no single fish category in the cladistic approach.
Unless you just say that vertebrates are fish, which you could, you know? Yeah, we'll jump out to vertebrates here. You could say that vertebrate and fish are interchangeable. I don't know if that would actually reduce confusion. Probably wouldn't. But, yeah. Essentially, all animals with backbones are fish, you know? Whether they're jawless fishes, like hagfish and lamprey, or whether they're bony fishes, or cartilaginous fishes, lobe-finned fishes, ray-finned fishes, they're all fishes. Vertebrates, you could say, are just fishes. And you wouldn't be wrong, not in a cladistic sense of the word. So, yeah. Yeah. And Deemwing says, but they're not. They're vertebrates. But every single one of these vertebrates is a fish. That's why I'm saying that in a cladistic sense, fish and vertebrate could be interchangeable. You know? Yeah. Strange news for pescatarians. Yeah, that's something I've never understood, pescatarianism, you know? But yeah. I don't know. I don't eat meat, but I do eat fish. It's like, what do you think fish are made out of? Not made out of plants. But we are synapsids, yes, Jim, yeah. Yeah. Synapsids being a kind of amniote. Yeah. I think you're probably replying to somebody else in chat, though. Yeah. And what about baby sharks? Oh, no, not the song, Dr. Morbius. Yeah. But yeah. Anywho, let's continue.
If that sounds like scientists being unnecessarily pedantic, they do it for a reason. Despite
We
the
do.
foibles, the cladistic
Just
approach
ask
has
this
been a
scientician. He'll tell you that in nature.
Hans, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
fish category
Yeah.
in the cladistic approach. If that sounds like scientists being unnecessarily pedantic, they do it for a reason. Despite the foibles, the
tried to.
cladistic approach has been a huge success. It helps scientists talk about the evolution of life on Earth in a way that makes sense. And if there are some weird edge cases, it's not the fault of the system, but an opportunity to marvel at the history of life on Earth. And it also means that we use language in different ways based on...
And thank you, Stinky, for the follow. I appreciate that too. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Sorry, we're currently experiencing a feline eclipse. It happens. Mini Pie, what are you up to? What are you doing? Okay, you're leaving. Fair. Anywho. Yeah. But yeah. And Heimdall, I think what you're talking about is auks versus penguins. Where the Penguinus is the genus name for the great auk, right? Here. Yeah. Ox right there. Alcidae. Now the great auk, now extinct, is... It might not be on here, actually. Shoot. Anyway, but that was the original name for the great auk, was Penguinus. That's the genus name for it, I think. Penguinus or Penguinus? I don't know. Yeah. Penguinus impennis. There you go, the great auk. Yeah, driven into extinction. Penguins, when they were later discovered and named, were named after this critter. Yeah. Anyway, Heimdall, I appreciate you. I think that's what you meant. Anyway, good stuff. But yeah. Anywho, is there research comparing the pain and suffering experienced in the animals? Van Beek it has a tendency to just show that, like, pretty much everything is... All vertebrate animals are intensely capable of experiencing pain and suffering. So yeah, I don't think there's a super strong difference between ray-finned fishes and I don't know, sheep or something. I could be wrong about that. I don't know. I just don't eat meat in general. Penguinus, the great auk, is not closely related to penguins. That's true, Weird Ducky. Yeah. Anywho. That being said, I just had a drink delivered to me here. And I am going to enjoy this. I'm going to look up from the books that were recommended to me during this stream. And I've got some more items that I've got to acquire for fieldwork, which is going to be in just a few short days here. In 1 week, I'm going to be back out in Utah on my way out to the field. And I'll be streaming some more Dinosaur Digs live. I can't wait to take you along on that journey. But until then, for this evening anyway, it's time to wrap up. So let's do it. And let's throw a Archaeopteryx under our credits for right now. Beautiful Jurassic fossil bird. And who else is live on Twitch right now? Let's see. Who is doing some science whom we might raid into? Oh, Moohoodles is on. Let's go say hello to Moohoodles. She's doing some astrobiology and space news. Let's go see what she's up to. Everybody, thank you. Everybody who's showing up in our credits right now. Thank you for your viewership. Thank you for following, or for subscribing, or for gifting, or cheering, for rating in, for moderating. Thank you, everybody who's helped to make today's stream a success. I hope you had a ton of fun today. I hope you learned something. I learned a few things, too. And man, I can't wait to be back out in the field. It's going to be awesome. I'll try and stream every other weekday this week, but no guarantees. I do have a lot of stuff I got to get done before I go back out to the field. So check the schedule. !schedule. If you want updates on that. I'll try and update it or stream each day. Anyway, you all take care of yourselves. Thank you again for your viewership, for your enthusiasm, for your questions, for your kind words. I hope to see you again tomorrow for another stream. Take care, everybody.